is receiving less sensor throughput than expected at the longest wavelengths. NASA is investigating the cause of the problem, but they haven't found what caused the issue. The instrument had previously faced a glitch with the medium resolution spectrometer in 2022, but was still able to observe in other modes. MIRI is an essential tool for the James Webb Space Telescope. It has a camera and a spectrograph that help detect light from distant objects such as galaxies, comets, or young stars. It can also image faint objects in our solar system, such as bodies in the Kuiper Belt, a donut-shaped ring beyond Neptune's orbit. Despite the problem with the MIRI, the $10 billion Webb telescope has been working well since its launch and operates in a gravitationally...
Hey, Steve, Petchke, Peter, Yuduka. Let me go before I get behind. Yo is first. And Darren Collins, Ramboy V. Hi, Ramboy V. D. Queto. Hi, yo. Mo Alvarez. You have to miss the William from West Palm Beach. Hey, Steve. Good afternoon. Hey, Peter. Thank you. Come out 7. Still no dividend. Well, don't worry about it. It's coming. Sorry to hear about yesterday. Came across different than what I went. Yeah, I know, and I've been thinking about it. I probably shouldn't have come live yesterday. You guys, yeah, Decotrol. I think it's a buy, but anyway, we'll talk about that. The what kind of fuckery is this? You made me miss the slick rig gig. Well, there you go, Matthew Parker. That's the good side of it. The good side is that they're having a hard time delivering it. I wonder what Fidelity said. So, Boy V, I probably shouldn't have come on yesterday because I reacted, I think, to 3 different people. I did react in the one case where I felt like maybe you guys don't understand the difference between being a criminal like Curt Kramer and being somebody that knows the rules on Wall Street. And I cannot give you guys inside information. One, I don't have it, but if I did have it, I can't do it. It's a violation of securities laws. And I reacted to that and maybe overreacted. I also overreacted about the dividend because to me it's self-evident what's going on. I understand the lack of trust in the system. Nobody trusts anything anymore. Everyone thinks everybody is a thief in the market. Everyone is conning them. From FINRA to SEC to GTII to Finger. But the real criminals are Curt Kramer, Seth Kramer, and Charlie Mayo, in my experience and in my opinion, in GTII. In Finger, and, you know, the fact that Jeremy Frommer doesn't see it doesn't mean it's not true. It's Peter Vallier, Jeff Easton. I can't remember the 2 women's name right now. And then their big backer from Australia, either John Howard or John Hancock, I can't remember. 20th wealthiest person in Australia, his mother's number 1. They are criminals, in my judgment. But then it gets everybody distrusting the system, and it gets repetitive, and so I overreacted. I just shouldn't have gone on yesterday. And it is a useless feeling coming on every day. If there's any of you who could do better, I invite you to do it. I'll invite you. I need to get a more powerful computer, but I'll invite you to come on with me and help do this. What happens is that Curt Kramer and now Alpine sell as unregistered securities dealers. They sell endless streams of every company that they finance. They steal the entire market cap of company after company after company after company. I've gone down to the SEC before anyone else did. I went down, put a stand, stood out there embarrassed, and I did some videos, and I called out Gary Gensler. I'm so happy everybody else is doing it. It was never about me. But I don't know what else to do. They've got GTII down today. It's all fraud. But Gary Gensler lets it happen. You know why? Because Goldman Sachs benefits from it. And Gary Gensler made his fortune sucking up. That's all he does. I watched him in action. He sucks up to the Clintons, to the Congress. He doesn't have his own skills. He's just a suck up. That, you know what happens with suck ups? They have to do what the suckeree tells them to do. There's no courage in that man. I'm not sure he's a man. I think he's a mouse. So Gary Gensler wants to make his imprimatur on history by the distinction whether blockchain coins are commodities or securities. Well, he can't even cover his own bailiwick. He's not able to take care of his own, there's a word for it, but his own charge. He's charged with securing the United States securities markets. And now he wants to branch out? The entire over-the-counter market is fraud, and it's an embarrassment. But anyway, I got upset yesterday, and I was wrong. So GTII is $1.40. It's 417,000 shares of fraud. And you guys know what's going on by now. I had a friend of mine that I've worked with send me a text, and because there's women on this, I won't read it out, but I got it Saturday night. He called me. He's in his 50s, but he called me derogatory terms referring to women. You can think of the various terms. And he called me a pump and dumper. He's a Wall Street guy. And he came out saying, this has been going on for over 2 years. Is this how I'm paying my rent? Is this how I'm paying my bills? Are you just pumping and dumping? Well, and this is a Wall Street guy. A guy that used to manage money for people like you. I worked with him briefly. And we all know the same people in town. But this guy losing his mind over the stress that Curt Kramer puts everybody under. And I congratulate, if Curt Kramer or one of his minions are watching, I give Curt Kramer hearty congratulations. He has sold 350 million shares that do not exist. He has purloined hundreds of millions of dollars out of the market by committing securities fraud. I think he deserves great credit for recognizing, like Al Capone before him, Lucky Luciano before that, Meyer Lansky, only Meyer Lansky's smart, Curt Kramer's not smart. I think Curt Kramer needs to be given credit for what he is. He's a thug who steals money out in the open, and he figured out a way to do it because he's got lawyers that he hides behind their skirts, and he's stolen hundreds of millions of dollars. He single-handedly is a crime spree. He's destroyed at least 2 or 3 dozen companies where there's CEOs doing their best, just like you'd want them to do. And Gary Gensler and Robert Cook and those pretenders at the over-the-counter markets do nothing about it. And I'm sorry if I get upset sometimes. These are the people that are causing the stress. These are the people that are stealing. And if anyone wants to call up the SEC and call me a pump and dumper, please do. Come with me. We'll both go into the SEC together. You can make your accusations, and I'll present to the SEC my FOIA request for all the dumping and 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 dumping that Curt Kramer and Jeff Easton have done. And then you get really intelligent CEOs like Vocal, Jeremy Frommer, who somewhere in their brain act like I don't know, naive children. Jeremy Frommer actually said on a call that those bid and ask that have the weird numbers, that's so the algorithms can make you think they're retail orders. That's a man that doesn't know what he's talking about, for all the knowing what he's talking about that he is. Those are communication between criminal market makers, manipulating, stealing from you. And Gary Gensler lets it happen. The problem is, and I've been out there, I've tried to raise a lot of money in my lifetime on Wall Street, and I've been successful. But the hard part is, when you go in, you have to go meet investor after investor after investor, conference after conference. It's unpleasant. So when you walk into a Madison Avenue office and it says the Lynn Partners, and we're going to help you grow, and we're there with you, and we've got the wealthiest family from Australia on our side, and all your dreams are going to come true. Every man has the same come on. I'm going to take you to the top, baby. The problem is it's addictive. Hey, it's just what I wanted to hear. I'm so great. I'm Jeremy Frommer. My company's so great. A bunch of pictures of overweight penthouse girls, NFTs. I'm a different beauty factor than currently. Nostalgia. But they're not lying to me. They can give me money. So he believes Jeff Easton. And you know what? Curt Kramer also lent money to CRTD. And let me just be clear. I'm a fan of Jeremy Frommer's. I think he's honest. I think he's hardworking. I just think he's got a massive blind spot. Massive. Because he doesn't see these people for the criminals they are. The devils they are. They come into your house with a machete and they attack your children, they attack your dreams, they attack your wife. But it's okay. They're just 2 young boys from outskirts of New York trying to make a living, and no one FUXs with them. But I want to congratulate them. Their schemers have worked. And you know what? Down here in Alexandria, they're doing it now to 6 more companies. While Gary Gensler looks after Kim Kardashian's rather voluminous rear end. Anyway, yesterday, and I'm getting mad today, yesterday I took a lot of my frustration out on 3 people on this call. and I apologize for that. And that's my answer. In one way, Boy V, I'm asking for your tolerance, and in the other way, I'm going overboard again. The second question that seems to come up a lot is this dividend for GTII. It's not GTII that's conning you. It's not GTII that's stealing from you. It can only be three things. One, GTII made a mistake. I don't know why, but they made the record date a Saturday. FINRA approved it. So that means yesterday, in all likelihood, was when the shares were distributed. I'm going to say to the transfer agent first, and then the transfer agent is sending them to the DTC. The DTC sends them to the broker dealers. I'm thinking that's the way it goes. I can be corrected. But so one explanation is that you expected them too soon. But okay, now it's Tuesday, so we should be past that. Second reason that it might be taking a long time. There may be built into the protocols of this particular distribution, which I don't know about, a methodology which requires the matching up of real shares to get the real restricted share dividend. I don't know, but that's a possibility why it's taking a hiccup. The third thing is the system, as I've been trying to say, and I've been corrected by others that say, oh, you can't rely on that data. You can't believe FINRA's own data, and you don't know where the stock's coming from. Maybe someone owns the shares. Maybe someone's lending them out. I call BS on all that. GTII, we know who the whales are. They're not lending the shares out. We know who the whales are. They're not selling their shares. We know who the one trapped short is, and he has zero access to stock. Zero. He's selling stock that doesn't exist. So the only other thing is the system can't find the real shares, which would be exciting if it's true, because it would mean that it would be the prelude to a short squeeze potentially. So as far as I see it on all the dividends, all of them, all of the issues you have, I think it's all good. The longer it takes to get to you, to me, the more clear the system's in trouble. But make no mistake about it. David Reichman and the board of GTII authorized to issue to you one restricted share, common, for every 10 common you own. They can't steal from you. They would go to prison. FINRA's set up to go after CEOs, run by a bunch of women. That's what FINRA is. It's all women except for one or two guys that don't have any experience in the markets. They're all lawyers. They go after CEOs because that's what they learned in college. It's just like Democrats going after white racists, because that's what they were, right? White racists in the 40s, 50s, 60s, even 70s. But guess what? Most of those people are dead and gone, thank God. But in school, people are still taught that white men are racists and supremacists. So, you see a white man, it must be a racist. You see a CEO, he must be a crook. But FINRA, just like the modern Hillary Democratic Party, both have it wrong. They're seeing things that happened in the past. The problem with being in a position of responsibility is you have to see the future and you have to see the present accurately. And the fact is, where the stealing is happening in these markets is not from the CEOs. It's from the Gary Gensler aided and abetted hedge funds and criminals that make 75% of Goldman Sachs' revenue, according to Patrick Byrne, their prime broker, come from the stock loan desk. And then 76% of that is the hard to borrow stocks. Wall Street is making money stealing from you. But then you turn, not you, this one guy, turn on me. It wasn't any of you, it was Tex. Okay, turn on me. I'm not stealing. And I'm willing to go down face to face with Gary Gensler. I stood that far away from him, but he had big sons of bitches surrounding him that blocked me out. So I took the picture of Anna there. That's what I could contribute. I was there right in front of Gary Gensler. If you want to bring me down to the SEC, come on. Let's go. Anyway, I think the dividend is okay. I think the criminals are the criminals, not any of you. So the people I got upset with yesterday, I apologize. And I appreciate that every one of you allows this space, this group, to speak their mind. Occasionally, someone's going to say something we don't all agree with, but I like that. It's okay. This isn't George Orwell here. And this isn't the modern Democratic Party here. This is America. This is where everyone has a right to say what they think. And the number one motto in this community, mine, if I can call it mine, it's a free country. It's a free country. And every one of you, regardless of race, religion, gender, proclivities, all of it, including international people. You have a right to think what you think. You have a right to be a critical thinker. You have a right to ask questions. And I guess the only risk is sometimes I lose my cool. But it's not at you. It's not at you. It's just sometimes sheer frustration. But the core of it, I'm really mad. I'm mad at this. When Gary Gensler is a weasel and does nothing, who are we supposed to go to? Who are we supposed to go to? The man is worth $110 million. What's enough for him? What's enough? J.P. Morgan just took over Republic National Bank for free. In fact, the government gave them $15 billion to do it. The ninth largest bank in the country, J.P. Morgan just expanded it for free. Guess where all the toxic assets went? Into your pocket. And we look up to the banksters? We look up to Jamie Dimon? What a genius. You could figure that out. Whatever business you're in. Your main competitor down the street, whatever your business, the government said, hey, we're going to seize that business. And we're going to give you the good assets and revenue. And we'll take all the risk onto the taxpayer. You could do that. All you'd have to do is pay Hillary Clinton $500,000 a speech and give her husband $1 million and pay into the Clinton Foundation. And your bank will grow by leaps and bounds. And don't worry about all the Republicans in the middle. They're all white supremacists. Half of them are deplorable. We'll take from them and we'll live like kings and queens. Your problem really starts right now in the Democratic Party. bought and paid for by Goldman Sachs and the rest of them. Almost close, almost as close is the Republican Party, which is blinded by the Reagan idea that too much regulation. Well, we've all played Monopoly. We've all played Risk. We've all played various different games. There's a rule book. And there need to be rules in the financial markets, and they need to be enforced. But until then, you have to congratulate people like Curt Kramer. He says, hey, I'm amoral. I don't care about anyone else except my wife and my kids and maybe my brother and my religious affiliation, whatever. I don't want to say the name of the place because then that'll be misinterpreted. But my place of worship, that's probably all he cares about. Is that why we're on the planet? To steal as much as we can from other people? Hey, it's a gray area. This is what I watched Gary Gensler say in Congress when someone asked him. He said, the SEC will do whatever the courts allow us to do. I could imagine Curt Kramer sitting there saying, hey, it's a gray area. The lawyers, we went to the SEC. We had a lawyer fight the lawsuit. Hey, I'm just a young guy trying to make money outside of New York. Nothing wrong with me. Gray area. Same shit that Gary Gensler is saying. When are people going to take responsibility and do the right thing? Do the moral thing? Leave this country better for the people coming behind us. Anyway, I probably shouldn't have come on today either. At 3:30, Ham's going to have a call. And I'm supposed to be on it. But we'll see how that works out. Let me get my sign out just... or my sign in just rejected me. My dog went downstairs because I got so upset. All right, let's see what they're doing. And I want to tell you something about. I'll go down it as it comes. GTII. I think I just talked about GTII. It's under $1.40, 139.5. To whomever asked me, yes, I can't control the timing. I can't control the criminals. But yes, I think buying it here is just as good time to buy an Oriental rug as Friday was. Unfortunately, it looks like it would have been better to wait until today to buy. But that's hindsight is 2020. The difference between $1.40 and $1.60 on Friday will seem puny once this starts to take off, in my judgment. Okay, I already talked about GTII. Finger. It's $2.02, 201 to 203. I think this. Somebody was asking me yesterday if I could pick out the next stock that moves, and that whole list of Chinese stock. This, along with GoLogic, by the way, this could be the next Chinese stock. Finger is the next stock that could explode to the upside. It's being manipulated by the criminals, in my judgment, at the Lind Partners. But we can talk about that. But maybe we can wait. I'm sure Ham will talk about it. HNRC, it's down. It's at 14 cents. But remember that you earned the dividend of $1.75. So some of this selling is because the dividend's already been earned. Now you can argue, is that dividend really going to be worth $1.75 on the upside? In other words, you could argue, well, it's going to be worth less than $1.75 by the time I get to sell it. Well, that might be true. Is it going to be worth zero? I don't think so. Is it going to be worth more than the 10 or 15 cents lost if you got out of the stock today? I think it's going to be worth a lot more than that. But it also could be worth more. It could be worth more. I'll leave it at that because we're running out of time. But HNRC, the WHDI dividend, is a publicly traded company. It will be restricted initially, which I think is fantastic. That means people can't dump the stock. HNRC is valued right now, ignoring WHDI. They have 3 different oil and gas projects. At least one of them did their economics, their engineering at $60 a barrel. But the combined 3, it's worth $1.55 a share, and the stock's trading at 14 cents. I know you're going, well, that doesn't make sense. Well, the whole over-the-counter market is orphaned. The risk I see there, and I've reached out to the CEO, is I don't think he knows and recognizes the risks that the criminals pose to the system. He's not alone. Jeremy Frommer's not alone. Some of my best friends are high up on Wall Street. They don't get it. Their eyes glaze over. You know more about this problem than most of the higher ups at all the big brokerage firms. All right. Go Logic. 222. 44 shares traded. I'm going to try to get more information for you, but all I can tell you is the squeeze is on. It's on the street. The squeeze is on. And I guess that's all the stocks. Let me look at Logic. I think Logic was up. Logic's 46 cents, so it's doing nicely. And we'll go back to GTII. It's 140. 140. Well, Spiny, that's interesting. Schwab put APE into your account at midnight. So they should have put this one in at midnight. So I know. It's hard to trust GTII, and it's hard to trust the CEO, and it's hard to trust the board of directors. But if you can, you might be able to think what's going on is the system's having a hard time putting real dividend, restricted dividend in your account. And remember, CNLV, they just gave you common shares as a distribution. I don't know why they even bothered. You're getting common shares this time, but they're restricted. In the case of CLNV, it didn't do anything because the criminals and the broker dealers, who I think are also criminal. Is someone a criminal if they stand when the bank robbery's going on and there's the guy with a shotgun yelling and there's a pistol pointed at the bank teller, and then one of the customer moves and the hair trigger guy kills him, but there's a woman that's part of the gang, is just guarding the door, not really doing anything? Is that person involved? Sure. The broker-dealers, your broker-dealers are involved. Yeah, Spiny, I agree with you. You can trust the company, but the market makers, I agree with you. I think we're all on the same side. That's why yesterday, when I got upset, I was out of line. I was totally out of line. But it ain't easy being cheesy. Did you ever see that one? It ain't easy being cheesy. I can't believe this. 139.7.
Drummer better than Neil Peart. It ain't easy being cheesy.
It ain't easy being cheesy. Ugh. All right, so I'm going to call in to him. I think he wants me on the call. At least he said he did. But he may not. He may change his mind. Who knows? Jorge Garcia, any thoughts on MMAT? I really like the company, but I think they really did a crappy financing. But to give hope, where I see the possible sense in purchasing shares and buying it at these prices certainly makes a lot of sense, maybe, as long as you understand the risks. But there's no question that their stock price is in the maw of these criminal short sellers. But where I see the real hope, and it's massive, this battery that MMAT, it's not a battery, it's some sort of, I don't know, some sort of filament or some sort of thing that prevents electric batteries made of rare earth minerals from exploding. This is huge, and it's better than all of its competition, and it has contracts, and the demand is outstripping supply, and revenues could come that will overwhelm the company's need to get financing in the future. And possibly, if I were CEO, those revenues would allow them both to get rid of the toxic notes and to start buying shares in the open market. So I like your strategy of buying MMAT. I just think you have to get prepared maybe to wait. But I think the wait will be worth it. The biggest single risk is that the shorts are able to destroy the company while you wait. And that's just, hey, life in the fast lane. Yeah, it has over 500 patents. I've raised companies with patents. Problem with patents is that people will encroach on your patent. That's one problem. Second problem is when you apply for a patent, people can see what you have. So both of those cases, if you don't have the money to defend your patent, then you get into a series of battles trying to get a licensing arrangement. And in most cases, whomever claims the beachhead first in terms of name recognition, revenue, and customers, regardless of whether they have the patent, usually wins. Why haven't the board addressed the shareholders, David M.? Are you talking about GTII? I don't know what, I can't, I have no idea where that question, I don't know how to answer that question. If you take the time and go to either OTC markets, Yahoo, GTII's own website, MarketWatch, any of the plethora of financial sites, type in GTII, go to news, and then just scroll. Sometimes you'll have to hit a button that says older, but just scroll down the news releases that the board and the company GTII have issued for you on your behalf so that you can be informed. I would say it averages 3 to 4 a month. Now, let me tell you something, Mark. The FINRA and SEC, in their wisdom, they will tell a CEO, you're not allowed to put out too many news stories. That's pumping, and you can go to jail. Then they'll tell the CEO, if you don't put out enough, that's not full disclosure. You can go to jail. So I actually think GTII has done their duty, keeping the board of directors, keeping you informed. Now, if you want some special called a meeting where they talk to 300, 400 shareholders instead of widely disseminating the news, then you're asking them to get permission from their attorney to share information with a segment of the population instead of all of the population. They can go to jail for that. Now, some people do it. Some CEOs, and I think if I were CEO, I would do it. I think the only requirement is, in my judgment, keep a recording and let everybody else be able to listen to it. But this is the pressure the good guys are under. They can go to jail for even the slightest thing. Curt Kramer, I give him hearty congratulations. What a genius. What a brilliant man. He is one of a few hundred people who have no ethics, no morals, no conscience, who believe that if they can operate in the gray and even the very clear illegal areas of the securities markets, all they have to do is question what the definition of is and say, well, the SEC wasn't clear enough. So why don't we'll hire an attorney to go work for our victim, like HPIL, and we have our own attorneys. We'll go before the SEC. We'll have an amicable settlement, and ipso facto, everything's great. We're not crooks. We didn't do anything wrong, but thank you very much. We'll keep the $10 million that we stole from the markets and from the American working class. And we deserve it. We're just two young guys, outskirts of New York, trying to make a living. And we found a better way to be criminals. It's better than any of the crime families of New York. It's better than the drug business. It's better than prostitution, better than gambling. As far as I know, no guns are involved. You got to give credit to the criminal mind of Curt Kramer. Absolute amazing criminal mind. And his parents must be proud of him. Leo and I don't know his mother's name. Must be just so proud of him. Spiny, GTII should be squealing in the press about why their dividend hasn't been distributed. Why? How do you know it hasn't been distributed? Well, Louis Shotland, or Louis, looking good, Louis. The low volume, to me, 139 on GTII. I got to call in. It's 44 shares. I think what it means is that behind the scenes, the CEO and the major shareholders are going after the shorts. And I know you could argue, well, where are the buyers? And that, I guess that would be fair enough. But the buyers are mostly in smaller stocks. Institutions, remember, can't buy, aren't, I suppose there might be one or two, but most of them can't buy. All right, I'm gonna call in. I'm just gonna put this on mute for a second. All right, guys, sorry about that. Here comes Ham. He's on a space call.
All right, everybody. Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is all about security fraud 101. And, well, not 101 anymore. We're actually all college graduates by now. But I just want to go over. I have William is going to join me on the call. He's on mute right now, but he's going to join in, and we're going to go over a bunch of things for you. I just want to touch off by saying I have a little Twitter battle going on with a guy named Trade Zero, who actually was defending the Alpine and the Kramers as being a non-event in this game. And I don't take any shit from anybody giving misinformation. We have enough misinformation from the government. I don't need it from a guy on Twitter telling people, going after, avid trader or posting that we're posting misinformation. We've been doing this 2.5 years. We documented everything about the Kramers, and we got the nice gift from Alpine, and he's defending these characters. Obviously, he probably was a market maker back in the days and knows all about these characters. There's no one in their right mind would defend guys that are just stealing people's money. It's impossible. They destroy companies, they steal your money, they ruin lives, and there's nothing positive about both of these characters. They both belong in jail, and I'm sure that, people that are going to be turning on them will give them up. I just wanted to let you know that I don't listen to that nonsense. I invited him to come to D.C. I'll be there tomorrow. Come down, tell the FBI all the wonderful things about the Kramers and Alpine. No one ever shows up, but I'm willing to come on down. If you want to do that, I'll be there with you anytime. So anyway, I don't take shit from people like that. So don't get concerned about it. But I'm just standing here protecting us and what we have. Misinformation will not be tolerated. I don't care if it's my brother. I don't take it. People have money at risk here, and I'm not here for misinformation. This is a hard battle. Been doing it a long time. And the criminals just keep going about, and the SEC and the DTC need to smack these guys down. I just wanted to go through a couple of things here. What was I going to do? I said, just in case, people, please do your homework so you don't have to worry about idiots like this posting nonsense. We've been posting for 2.5 years. Read it yourself before you drag us into conversations with idiots. All right? It's all here. Avid's done 100 beautiful videos describing the crimes from all these different characters all over the place. And there's not one, the only thing they ever done was positive was donate stolen money to a children's hospital. They don't even donate it in the names of the companies they steal from. Their kids are awful, the whole bunch of them. The whole thing is just a big crime family. They all belong in jail, and that's all I can say about that. I'm going to go on to today's, William, are you there, William? If you can just sign on, William.
I'm here. The DTCC, William? That's what you're going to talk about.
That's what I want to talk about, the DTCC. And Busy Brands that put up, everyone sees it, the important notice from the Depository Trust. The Depository Trust is the same people that have given us the information about Alpine having a concentrated short position. So it is an important notice when it comes from the Depository Trust. Not in the case of GTII. When they talk about it in GTII, it's a non-event. But in the case of everything else, the DTC is important. I don't know who thinks of it opposite, but to me, the Depository Trust is the mothership of Wall Street. It's owned by all the broker-dealers. And when they speak, that means they're in charge. That's the almighty. Bill, what's your take on this important notice from the DTC?
My take on it is all the cross-collateralization that was a house of cards, they're calling BS on it. And so these cross-lending of securities have zero value now. So it's going to put the screws, maybe not today, but tomorrow and for the rest of their lives, it's going to put the screws on the criminal shorts.
Well, I think I agree with you. And what I see is that they figured out that the banks are collapsing. Look at the First Republic, 171-0, along with Silicon Valley, the other one, 200, but that was 500-0. People, these are billions of dollars of hits. People are just getting vaporized.
That's an interesting point you make. These big banks which is where the collateral is housed, get wiped out overnight. It's a mirage.
Wiped out. And wait, and they're getting wiped out on the long side.
Yeah.
These are things that are on the long side. The real damage is on the short side, because the short side damage is infinite. Okay, and that's why I do believe you're starting to see them close down these loopholes, and they're closing it down slowly. For example, when you put your water on your garden hose, you open it all the ways up. The SEC and the DTC are trying to shut down the flow of these counterfeit shares into the system. They have to do it slowly, because the system will just vaporize in a second if they force everyone to do it at one time. I posted before, Bill, about MULN would be $10 to $20 in a second. GameStop up 5 times. AMC, all these stocks would be squeezing, and everyone would the whole system would just collapse. So they're trying to do it slowly, and what this notice from the DTC is, it's pretty basic. It tells you that the most important word on here is now they have balanced the risk management controls. All of a sudden, risk management controls are being brought to the attention of everyone. So people that are selling counterfeit shares and all these names, their collateral they've been using to get the leverage to carry these positions is worthless now.
So what do you think when the phone call comes to the LLC or to the criminal, put up more money? They're not going to put up any more money.
They're not going to put up any more money. They're just going to walk away from these positions. They know they're going to walk away, and that's why they're putting this notice out. They want to get the good players who are naked short, if you can believe it, to start buying back shares so that the money comes back into the system. Right. It's sort of like when when the police they give away these free Super Bowl tickets to the criminals in those neighborhoods, and they come walking through. They have all the balloons, and everyone thinks they won Super Bowl tickets. And when they walk past the gateway, the police club them. They have to get these guys to get the money back in, and this is a way for them to con them into putting the money back into the system.
How long does it take before this notice bites across the back offices?
This is a notice from, for example, let's say a bank in Europe, Switzerland, like the gentleman that's been calling GTII looking for stock from Switzerland. He's probably using some sort of fake collateral to get leverage to short stocks in the U.S. The Swiss bank has now got the message from the depository trust. These things can't exist anymore. Right. The Swiss bank is not going to take it on the chin for some dope short 19 million shares of GTII. He's not going to sit here. He's going to basically tell this guy his days of leverage are over with, and you need to start either putting up real money or covering your short position. All right, because the liability on these positions are massive. For GameStop, look at GameStop. It almost broke the system by itself. Imagine having 500 of them all at the same time. That's why they're trying to do it slowly. All right, the people in AMC, GameStop are not really paying attention to it. They broke apart the longs already. They don't know who the shorts are in their names anymore. In GTII or FNGR, we know the short sellers. MMTLP, I do believe, will break the system wide open in 20 days, or whatever the day is, 20 trading days, when they get the blue sheets released. Because once the street finds out, if you do a Dole Food story was crazy that there was 13 million counterfeits, what do you do when there's 165 million and all of a sudden there's 500, 600 million longs in a stock? And when that information comes out, that's a game changer. That's when the system is really going to get rocked, because I think everyone's going to know it's open season on these small stocks that have these big shorts in them.
I know people are going to ask you, will they halt trading in any of them?
No, they're not. Listen, just look at this crazy Chinese names. The Chinese, just so people understand, I think the Chinese are setting up traps with the hedge funds behind it. They pop the stocks up. Short sellers can't help it. They're like flies to shit. They come in as the stock goes from 2 to 10. They come in. They start shorting it at 10. The hedge funds are behind that squeeze. They suck them all in. They get a guy to short 500, 800,000 shares, maybe a million, and then all of a sudden they move it to 15. Now the guy's down 5 million, and he knows there's no sellers in the stock. Now he starts to panic. He takes it to 20. Some new short comes in, and it just keeps killing shorts on top of shorts. The people that are doing the Chinese names know that the short sellers, that's just how they play them. They get them short. What we've done over the 2.5 years is that we have done the same thing. We trap the shorts, but we also know who the shorts are. We know how big the shorts are. We know everything about the play versus jumping into a TOP or these crazy names that no one knows anything about and start playing these things. If you look at TOP for a second, it started at $7. So all the people that were long own it below 7. These guys created a squeeze up to $250, and now the stock is a new stock, and it's traded at $1.6 million at $52.
Wow.
So if these guys are long a lot of stock at $4 or $5, they're laughing all the way to the bank because every day they're getting short sellers taking them out at $50 instead of $6 or $7. That's where the real damage is in these names. It's not the squeeze to the top where they let it keep going, but when they pull down and they finally give it up, these stocks are find levels way, way above from where they were in the beginning. And that's a win-win for the investors. And the short sellers just got roasted, and they're playing the short sellers to take everybody out at higher levels. And I'm just going to change it for a second. And that is real short sellers getting roasted. In GTII and FNGR, you can see short sellers holding down the stocks. Very different. No matter what we throw at these guys, they try to hold it down and mark it down all the time because their end game is they want you to panic out. That's all it's about. Very different. Real shorts, let them go up, and they reshort it at 100. They don't care. They just keep reshorting it and playing it, and hopefully they don't get busted out. In the middle, all the small short sellers get killed. But in GTII and Finger, they force these things back down. Now, I could talk about MMTLP because they forced it down on the last day. I don't have enough body of work to tell you what was going on, what the mindset was on the last days of trading in that stock. But again, were they shorting it on the way up, letting people come in and buy it with the intention of killing it before it ended? I don't know. But we will get that information out in 30 days on MMTLP. GTII and Finger is a classic. Yesterday's finger motion in real time spiked to $2.50. I had friends buying it at $2.20 as support. At the end of the day, with a minute and a half to go, they hit every bid and then sold it as fast as they can to mark it down as low as they can. And if you just look at the chart, the last minute of trading yesterday, it went from 220 down to 193, closed at 206. They were in a panic. That is a short seller in trouble. Very different than a TOP short, okay, where they let it go up or they panic. There's no panic here. These are all or none type plays. You understand that, Bill, right?
Yeah, and it seems like with Finger, it could be the next Chinese play. I mean, they've got 1.5 billion customers, and I won't take your thunder about what the company does, but it's huge fundamental story, no real float, and 125 counterfeit shares from the Lin partners, criminals out of New York, who don't have the staying power to stay in it.
And that brings me to another point. I was bringing up Lin. Again, for people that are following GTII, I've been following Finger Motion longer than GTII. And it started out as a small short, but the company did some wacky loan with Lin partners. All of a sudden, we had them on top of the stock. and we busted them to 10, and they came back in, and now they're upside down. The company paid them off, and now they're stuck on all those shares they sold, trying to push it back down.
How many
So now-
shares did they sell in how many weeks after that note was signed?
They were selling it down before the note. I had no idea there was even a loan going on. And I was scratching my head from 4 down, like, who keeps selling the stock down? Listen, when the company got listed on the NASDAQ, it was $9. I think my last purchase was $6. And I said, I don't even have to watch this anymore because it's on the NASDAQ. It's off to the races. Good luck. See you later. And as I stopped looking, every day they marked it down until they got it down to $1 or below $1. In which case we had a fight to get it back up again.
It was almost 100 million shares they sold, wasn't it?
Oh, 120. We posted that, or I get it straight from Tom Ronk. By the way, that is $40,000 report from Tom Ronk, so it's not free. All right? I can get it once in a while. I can't get it for all stocks. I wish I could. I can't. Okay? But again, this is data. Tom Ronk can see into all the dark pools. And it's funny, yesterday on the close, they sold it down. The volume went from 700,000 to 9 something, but I can only see 100,000 shares that we bought. Where did the rest of the volume go? It shows up on total volume, but I didn't see the other side of the trades. The volume expanded, but there was no other side of the trade. So that's where they do it in a dark pool, where the volume is expanding and we don't see the trades. Because I went through every trade in the last few minutes, and I counted it up, and it was nothing compared to what was printed. So these are things in the dark pool. Tom gets the information. He's been doing it since 2004. There's a great video of him talking to John Berter, and I forget who else was on it. He explains how he gets all the data. Tom is the leader in it, and people always say, like an MULN, well, you see how big the short is. How do you know they're not covering? Okay, in an MULN, I agree with them. It's hard for me to tell what they're doing. But a finger motion or a GTII, you can actually see the manipulation, and you can actually tell when they're trying to cover or when they're not covering. It's funny, Bill, I was on a call with a shareholder today, and GTI was 138, 139 to 140, and it was bid for 1637, a weird number like that. And I was explaining to him how they're going to wash the trade in a minute. And he goes, how do you know? I says, because they're going to sell 1,637 shares exactly.
Wow.
And it actually happened in real time. I was on the call. They sold exactly that amount. It went 138 to 140. And they knocked out the 139 bid. And I said, how come everyone has exactly that amount to sell? And for example, I said, how come someone didn't sell 2,000 would leave, 300 shares or whatever the amount was, the change. But they sell exactly the amount. That means it's a prearranged wash trade. They do it all the time.
Which is criminal. It's securities fraud.
It's basically trying to inflate volume, create whatever it may be. I posted a guy today who got caught by the SEC. He was actually says it's on the long side. But the guy was manipulating stocks, making 200,000, 300,000 out of Tampa someplace. But he was writing fake press releases. He had nothing to do with the companies. And if you think he's writing fake press releases, I can tell you about the time I spoke to a CEO, a woman out of San Francisco. She made submarines that patrolled the harbor ships so that no one could damage the ships. I don't know if it was for the military. I think it was for the military. And she had someone put out a fake press release that she got like a $2 billion contract. The stock went from like $2 to $8, traded all kinds of shares. The news was fake. And I spoke to her. She was in tears because the SEC called her up and was investigating her. Now she got stuck with all these new shareholders that bought on that news, thinking she got the contract, and it turned into a total shit show, and this woman was in tears as the CEO of the company. And I had no idea what to tell her. And I couldn't believe that they actually put out fake press releases. And here it is, a guy did it. I just saw it on the long side. They caught someone manipulating small stocks, putting out their own press releases. Again, the SEC has turned a blind eye to all this fraud. Okay? They let these people, they're career criminals, they keep operating, they keep letting them touch things, open up LLCs like the Kramers. The Kramers moved from toxic lenders that are in New York because of the issue of usury fraud.
Usury.
And now they're in Virginia. They find a new state. All of a sudden, they're wonderful in a different state. Okay? These guys, the word should be, if you open up, you're associated with anything again, you're going to jail for 10 years. It's pretty easy.
So maybe it's important to point out that no ticket goes away on Wall Street, that nobody's going to come to the rescue of the Kramers, or for that matter, the Lynn partners, and money isn't free anymore. Money is tightening up. So the screws, this game's been fruitful for, I don't know, almost 2 decades, but it's quickly coming to an end for the criminals.
Well, the problem is, and it's been exposed, the banks are blowing up, okay? The banks are blowing up. On the short side, the banks start to blow up. What you see on the short selling side, on the long side blowing up, destroying the system. Imagine what's going to happen when a bank loses $10 billion, $20 billion because of a short blow up. GameStop almost broke the system by itself. They know these time bombs. They're littered all over the street.
What was GameStop's loss at the maximum before they made it all back? Do you remember?
Oh, billions and billions of dollars. I heard there were at least 300 smaller hedge funds went out of business across the country.
And do the numbers you foresee in Finger or GTII rival the losses?
Well, the difference between what happened in GameStop and now is GameStop people got educated on the fly as it was going.
Right.
Okay? And look at the education that we have in Finger Motion and GTII at the lowest level. That's what makes it so deadly. At the lowest level, where the price of the stock is low, if you own TOP at $7, you had that same education that we have. Would you flip it at $10 or would you let it go? Okay, because of the education, I'm just using the numbers. Top went from 7 to 260, I think it went to.
Right.
If you had the same education in Top, would you be bailing out? Even Top, even if it's down from $256, it's still $56, $51. So that just shows you when education comes into a name, you can stay in it longer. And that's what was missing in GameStop and AMC. I was the only person talking about GameStop and the naked short in the stock. Now everyone is educated, and the GTI short is much deadlier than the GameStop because everyone is educated. The stock is here. Many people can't buy. The people buying 1,000 shares down because it's down here. People are buying 5,000 shares. There's people in GameStop that bought 50 shares, 100 shares at $30, $40, $50. You're getting the opportunity. If it does work and you do believe it and understand it, you can buy it at $1.50. It's a big difference. Getting in on the ground floor, and the ground floor is in the same spot. It's not $30. I told you, real shorts would let the stock go up.
That's right.
These guys can't let it go up because they're exposed.
They don't have the staying power to allow it to go up. That's what you're saying.
Right. And this is what I've taught congressmen. Me and Bill walked around with other people down in D.C., and we told a story about Root and Ohio destroying jobs. We told a story about Kodak in Rochester and other cities. And we told a story, and we bent the story to show how it hurts people in their own towns. And then we showed how it kills cancer companies. And then we gave the names of criminals that are allowed to walk the face of the earth, stealing money like it's no big deal, like it's their God-given talent, that's what they're here for. All right? And that's what we showed to politicians. And we're saying, hey, if you're not going to do anything about it, we want to steal also. So can you sign off on this and let me know if I can steal also? And that's when they look at you cross-eyed saying, are you kidding me? They can't believe it because I asked for permission. I asked them, "Can you sign off on this and let me steal? I want to buy a private plane and travel the world like the Kramers or Alpine and have houses from Scottsdale Security where the woman, John Hurry and his wife own $1 million homes like they're nothing."
Do you think it's possible that the request Mark put in for the FOIL that got delayed for the blue sheets might trigger a settlement for MMTLP?
Yes, I think they're trying to buy time. I think that they're shitting their pants because if they have to show their cards, you're talking about, and I think that's why you're starting to see a lot of people calling the money getting tight is because they need to force this issue. They can't hide what's coming down through the court system.
Right.
Okay? There's no way. They got to show us the proof. All right? If they don't show the proof, they have to tell us why they don't want to give it to us.
And I know we're running out of time. Are there any triggers? Are there any triggers with GTII or Finger out, that might cause the stock to go up, which leads to margin, which leads to buy-ins?
For people that are new to this, I reported, and Bill, I'm sure others have seen it, I did daily reports on margin and broke down the numbers and how much it was costing them each day.
Right.
For these guys to hide margin calls at Alpine, can you imagine what they're hiding all over the place?
Oh,
and I described it as a guy in my firm who hit a bond trade. He was down a couple of $1 million to start. He was embarrassed to show everybody. He hid the trade, and when the firm finally figured out, wound up costing the firm $300 million.
Oof.
So the one thing on Wall Street is you never trade in error. You clean it up quickly. These guys have been hiding the GTI mess and the finger mess for one reason. It's because they know they're going to get exposed and get blown out.
It'll be like bearings.
That's exactly what it's going to be like. There's nothing more I can say. I mean, you can just see it. The slow, I never know when they're going to pop. They go when they go. Like just looking at a stock, finger motion looks like it's gone through tougher times than GTII. Trust me. The stock was down to 60 cents, 70 cents. Lynn was shitting all over it. Okay? Things turned, they raised money, and their business is exploding. GTII, the stock exploded, the company raised some money, they're alive, they're well, and they're looking for merger acquisitions, other things to happen. What came out of that? They hired West Christian. West Christian filed a lawsuit on behalf of every shareholder on this phone call. All right? They didn't have that 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago was a bunch of 10 people and me talking to each other. Okay, the company was just fighting the beginning. We were just trying to figure out what was going on here. Then we got Charlie Mayo's phone call. Now we got them calling up the ex-CEO's wife. Now they're doing this. They're calling the company trying to buy stock. We have Alpine being exposed by the DTCC, the most powerful organization in the world. Trillions of dollars goes through that. That's the most important thing about the U.S. equity markets is the depository trust. It's not E-Trade, not J.P. Morgan. It's the depository trust. And they told us point blank, whether Trade Zero likes it or not, that Alpine is a crook and they're going down. All right? Everybody on the street knows Alpine is bad. Everybody on the street knows Kramer's the bad. All right? Their history, they're serial killers. That's what they are. And so is Lynn Partners. Only they're doing it from Madison Avenue, and the Kramers are doing it from whatever the hell they're doing it from now. Who knows where they are. Anyway, everybody, listen, have a great night. I'm going to jump on the call with Busy Brands and answer any questions. If anybody wants to jump over. I tried to be more normal about this, but we're not going away. I'm going to D.C. tomorrow morning, and we're going to tackle and do our best to expose the names of the participants and how they do it. All right, everybody, have a great night.
That was the hamster. So that you guys were asking some questions. One guy I just saw, educating ourselves isn't going to help. The criminals will keep doing it. I think the criminals are going to have to stop at some point. Let me just see where Busy Brands is. That's not it. That's not it.
Just how the stock trades. So I just want to, again, just sort of answer the 20, 30 DMs I get about the price action, the catalyst, the dividend, all those things. You know, it's out of our hands. If you listen to me and listen to what I've said over the past few weeks and months,
All right, so
I don't.
I'm on
It's all a matter
this
of what
call.
instructions the broker dealers receive. So, again, I know there's
This is with
probably
Ham.
30, 40 questions are just very repetitive for everyone asking.
That's
like,
Avid
what's up with the
Trader
dividend? What's
right
up with
now.
this? Call your broker. Ask your broker. You know, the only way
It's
that you're going to
Busy
know
Brands.
is whatever instructions they receive from the transfer
Anna's
agent.
on
So that's on them. I can't answer that. I know it's
Junk
very different.
Savvy.
It's individualized. It even, referring to the warrants that they had at 275
Ace
when
is
they were
on it.
exercised. It was always very subjective. There's no like cookie cutter, one size fits all answer. It depends on the broker and again your account, your many
Ali's
different
on it.
variables. So I just want to, again, I know people ask the same comments
Barb
every day
is
on my
on it.
videos. They DM me, so I just hopefully can clarify that point there. There's really no clear answer, but in terms of what the company does, I think they're very aware of the situation on that hand, and they're going to take the right steps to go about it. And the one thing that Ham said that actually really I like is that
Tony Al.
they're trying to do a merger and acquisition in GTII, and that's probably one of the biggest things you can do from a fundamental standpoint is to improve that aspect. Everyone wants to talk about naked shorts and this and that. That's great, but again, it's this is a shell company basically we're dealing with. It doesn't really employ anyone, doesn't earn anything, minus the warrants. So to bring in a really sound company from a fundamental or structural standpoint, I think that could only
think
increase the
Ham's
value.
about to talk.
GTI possibly putting a $2-3 floor value in.
Once
So whether
Avid's
it's
done.
Trento or whatever the new plans are, 1-800 that we should see within the next few weeks, I'm definitely optimistic to say the least.
And he's a host.
Yeah, I wouldn't get too overwhelmed with the price action, the up and down. For me, any stock like Finger Motion or GTII, the lower it goes, the more advantageous it is for me because I get to establish a position with a lower dollar cost average, or for some individuals that may not have played in it, they get to start like I said, open a position with a nice average. So that's my 2 cents on it. Ham basically covered it, but that's what I'm looking forward to. And yep.
Thanks, Abbott. I got Ham. Go ahead, Ham.
There's Ham.
I just want everybody to know that on the dividends, I follow FINRA, and they have a site called the Uncle Peter Charlie UPC Advisory. The UPC Advisory is what FINRA puts up to tell all its members, Goldman, Morgan, everybody, how to settle large dividends. It's right there, Uncle Peter Charlie UPC Advisory. You can Google it. UPC Advisory. You can see that the MMTLP thing is on there also down at the bottom or whatever it's on there. But this is a way for FINRA to tell its members how to settle this transaction. So everyone's coming back to me with different stories about the dividends. The brokers know, some do, some don't, whatever it may be. FINRA has to step up and put it out and tell its members so that we can all see it. They may have done it somewhere else, but it's not been posted on the UPC Advisory because that's something we can see. And basically, it's done daily, and they can tell you, how to settle these transactions. Most people, the back office people, the people in the back office on Wall Street are all new people. They've not been around 30 years. Okay, so most people you get to talk to when you call them up, they have no clue what you're talking about as far as dividends. So again, the UPC Advisory, you can mark it down. Anytime a company's doing something, you can check there. And you say, well, what does that mean? Well, let's say Goldman Sachs or let's say TD Bank tells you a fib, saying, hey, we would never notify, and they're going to say, well, but the dog ate my homework. And you can sit there and say, well, the UPC Advisory on posted, he tagged Abbott here about trade zero, some BS about the Alpine and the Kramers. It was, he's defending them in a weird way. And I don't take any shit from misinformation. Like I said, I don't care if it's my brother. There's people that have money invested here, my friends, family, everyone I know, and I don't take any shit. You don't believe what I'm saying? Everything we say is documented. I put it up. I'm not just shooting from the hip. We weren't shooting from the hip from the beginning when we noticed it. But when the DTC gave us proof of it, that Alpine, that outstanding clearing firm for every criminal on the street, violated rules, I think that's pretty strong to me that we were right of what we were saying. So we had the Kramers, we had the note, we had Charlie Mayo calling up, we got Alpine, we see the failure to deliver, we see everything that's going on here, and now everybody knows the whole street is basically that defrauding every investor in the world. We have the proof. Most companies do not have the luxury of getting something like that. As a matter of fact, no one does. Okay? The only company I've ever seen that get anything was MMTLP, and Avid, and if Bill's listening, I think it's going to rock the street in 30 days when they get the blue sheet investigation. 165. If it wasn't a problem, everybody would have seen it already. We know it's not coming in under 165. What's the over? What's the number? All right, they're counting the jelly beans in a jar. What's the number going to be? Is it 465? Is it 865? Whatever that number is, it has to come out. They're delaying it for a reason because they're trying to circle the wagons and come up with a formula to clean up this mess. They've been exposed. And today's, I was reading Busy Brands, on the DTC, you put it up there nice and clear. I had 9 copies of it, but it was all blurry. But risk management is now coming to effect on Wall Street. The banks are getting blown up because they're over leveraged everywhere and supplying criminals with leverage, and these criminals are blowing up, and banks taking hits cannot survive. And that's on the long side, as I told everyone. Imagine on the short side, GameStop almost blew up the biggest powerful hedge funds on the street by itself. Imagine having 500 GameStops, MULN, who knows how big a short that thing is. GameStop, AMC, they will go up tenfold, whatever the numbers will be. So they're turning the faucet off slowly and telling all the criminals, whatever assets you're putting up to protect your short position, it's not enough. We're not caring for it anymore. You need to take that leverage down. So if you're short 400 million shares, you better start covering it, is what they're trying to say. And I do believe they're trying to do it slowly so they get the money from the criminals back into the system, make them buy the stock. These guys are going to 90, once they start squeezing, the guys that are getting squeezed are just going to fold up and go away because they don't have the money to buy it back. And I think they're deadly afraid of how many of these small stock companies are going to have the short sellers or hedge funds just go broke and walk away from the trade. Right? But they allowed this to happen. And MMTLP, and I can't thank all the people there that have fought, from John Berner and all these other people that have fought, Wes Christian, everybody's fighting for us here. I've exposed this to the point, even Mark Bazil, I hope I said it correct, Bazil, he's done a great job. And you know what? He threw his hat into the ring, and now he's with the big boys in the ring here now. And I think it's great that he filed to get the blue sheets, get it exposed. Remember, they either have to show it or tell us why they won't give it to us. If they don't want to give it to us, you know why they're not giving it to us, because the problem is massive. And that's when I'm going to look for. But if they come out, if we ever get to that point, and they come out and say they can't show it, I look for a settlement on, they're going to open the stock up and you guys are going to have a chance at making your money there. And I do believe there's going to be lawsuits galore, and they're trying to figure out how to control that damage on the lawsuit end also. I think they know who did it, whether it's Citadel, Virtue, these guys are all criminals. They know they got caught. They look at it as free money, just keep selling this shit and just keep collecting the money. All right? No one's right all the time. Okay? Every brokerage firm on the street, for anybody who's never been here before, every brokerage firm on the street had a trading desk, an over-the-counter trading desk, and a big board trading desk. Every one of those desks are all gone now. All the order flow goes to Citadel. And they don't have the best traders in the world there, trust me. And I knew the best traders in the world, and they did not win all the time. These guys never lose because when you come in to buy, they sell it short. When you come in to sell, they let the sell tickets. When you come in to bail out, they let the sell tickets go to the market and knock the stocks down lower. They're supposed to create liquidity, but they're also supposed to buy back stock, and they never cover it. They just let them keep getting dropped down lower and lower, and that's what you see in GTII. There could be some people bailing out. The market's down $500 today. Someone wants to quit. Go to sell 5,000 shares at 140. Whoops, we'll take 100. You can sell it at 136. That's how they basically use the people that want to sell. They use them to knock out people that want to buy, and they mark the stocks down lower. All right, so that's another trick that they use. They do it in big board stocks, all these names. So as the order flow goes in, they short it. But the order flow wants to come out, they let you just sell it to the market and drop it down, and they don't buy it back. You can see all the bids drop away. Anybody have any questions? Go ahead.
Hey, Ham, before people come on, I just want to say that was great. Everything you said, everything was. But the number one thing you said was deleveraging. And it's live by the sword, die by the sword. And when you delever, it's magnified in reverse.
And as I said, I think that the brokers, the banks, the DCC, the banks can't take these hits anymore. They're just getting destroyed. Okay? The small banks, these guys, these criminals go to the small banks. Goldman Sachs is not lending money to the Kramers or Alpine. There's no one backing these guys. Okay? They're making up documents. They're taking it to other banks with these, showing their assets, and then they lend them 40 times, 50 times money on their money. Okay, so they can go get short. That worked years ago, but now the system is broken. The whole system's at risk of collapsing. They need to shut down the short selling because, unlike the longs, you can only lose what you put in. On the short side, it's infinite. It doesn't stop. And that's the fear. Anybody else?
Go ahead, Abbott. Go ahead with the hands.
Smoothers?
Yep, that's me. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hey, thanks again for hosting these calls, guys. I appreciate it. I have a basic question. I'm a shareholder. I've got under 10,000 shares in GTII. Bunch of friends and I mean, we're in it for the right reasons, for the short squeeze, excited about the catalyst. And I, like everybody else, I see bashers coming out of the woodworks on Twitter. And man, I would love just something almost like what Abbott did on the timeline, but something very specific to the not necessarily evidence, but some type of rationale or some document, maybe a couple slides or maybe a one-pager on why there's so many naked shares out there. I mean, it's one of these things where we've been talking about it for so long. Go ahead.
Pat Burry always said it, and this is one of the things that when he does get on, people ask this question. Pat Burry always said, when Goldman Sachs or anybody gets fined for naked short selling, you saw Goldman Sachs, what did they sell? 6 billion shares that were under 60 billion that were was marked as a long. Mm-hmm. Now, if 60 million shares were sold amongst 10,000 stocks and distributed amongst all these stocks, it's not a big deal. Some stocks will get hurt, but it's not a big deal. But what if that 60 billion shares was concentrated in a few names? What would the damage be? What would it be if there's 500 million shares of GTI was sold, and MMTLP has 10 million shares sold, whatever the numbers may be. Those are concentrated, okay? Concentrated in different names. And you sit there and you can ask Pat Byrne, when anybody on the call gets a question, you ask Pat Byrne, what's the difference between a short sale and a concentrated short sale? What's the damage? And he will tell you it's brutal when you get a concentrated the DTC used an Alpine in the statement exposed to GTI.
Concentrated short
They had
position.
a concentrated short position in GTII.
Yep.
Just go to, that's Pat Byrne. It's not me. He brought it to my attention 15 years ago, that word.
So the 300 million number, right? Where was that? I mean, you've been following this for a while, right? Where is there something? I want something I can shove up their ass. Any basher.
30 years ago now, it was 40 million shares. That's what we started with, 30 to 40 million shares, something like that, right? And we just built up from that. We counted it daily. Every day we marked it down. William, am I correct, William? You've been here a long time.
Yeah, I think if anything, you're conservative. They started with 40. It's been at least 24 months. Easily 10 a month, 15 a month shorted.
So it was a war of attrition, basically. Over time, it just kept on adding up and adding up and adding up.
Well, let's do it this way. I do the math. And my older brother taught me, when I was trading, just make $100 a day. 100 a day, 500 a week is 2,000 a month. And that's how I started trading. I used to trade whatever, a couple hundred shares, try to make $100 a day. Shares that I made $100 a day, plus making 2,000. And when I stopped trading years ago and I went into this fight, I was printing 15,000 a day. Okay? And that was my goal every day. And I met my goal most of the time. All right? So if you look at it the opposite way, these guys keep selling. Just 100,000 shares a day is 500 a week, is 2 million a month. Excuse me, 2.5 million a week. Excuse me. No, I said blank. It's 2.5 million a month. I'm blank. I'm losing my mind here. 2 million a month. 2 million a month. So just going from that, we've had days where it's 4 million, 5 million in a day. And they don't cover. GameStop, AMC, people, when the stock runs, there's trading back and forth. There is no trading back and forth in these stocks. It's just sell. I wish I could say, hey, these guys buy back. They don't buy back. They just keep selling more. They don't have the money to buy back. And you say, well, how do you know that? Well, when it went to $9, we would thought they were going to bust it out then. But what happened was Alpine skirted the margin issue and just shorted more. And that's how they got busted.
Well, I appreciate the answer. I don't want to take up all the time here. The one thing I will say, I'm seeing some new bashers coming online. I've got 3 names just for everybody to keep an eye out for. Number 1, this guy, Patriot. Real scumbag, real piece of crap. I think a buddy of his, E-Rock. I don't know where these people are. I think they're using names. And then the most devious person I've seen, this new guy, Mr. Fingers. I'll tell you, I hope Wes is watching. I hope that they go after these guys because they're just trying to create fear out there. And I think all 3 of them are real assholes.
Listen, I just want people to understand. I produce the facts, okay? I don't have a gun. If I did, this would have been settled already. I'm not a police officer. I went to the FBI. I've told everybody I've done this. It's all facts. I've been to D.C., facts. I brought West to the table, facts. I've done everything that could possibly be asked up here, okay? Again, people that are bashing here, cheering on people to lose money. I've seen people blow their brains out, their families get broken apart, people have heart attacks over this. This is not 2 weeks. I've been doing this 23 years. This is a disgrace. People, the pressure, and the people in MMTLP, they can tell their own stories. I'm not making it up. You can ask them. People lost their phones. I think one person did take his life. Oh. It's a disgrace. Cancer companies. My mom died of cancer. And I watched Adam Fronstein write negative stories about companies that were working on breast cancer medicine. Okay, he tried to knock it down. I ripped him apart like this. He belongs in jail just for that story, and I put it up many times. So when I see people do that stuff, they're only here for one reason, is because either they're morons and they're short 1,000 shares trying to make money, or they're tied to the criminals, because you have to be a complete jerk to sit here and post. And I don't care anything about GTI. I have no love lost for the company. I could care less about finger motion. It's about making money and exposing the criminals. Okay? If you want to cheer for the criminals, say, hey, I'm here to cheer for the criminals. At least have the balls to step up. Well, come to DC and tell your story. Why we're we're wrong. I have no problem with that. Show up, I'll go right in with them. But they never do. They do behind a keyboard, and they hide the fact that what they're doing. So keep your head up. I don't let these people bother me. As a matter of fact, I went after Trade Zero. We went after Avid. I went right at them. Don't post misinformation. You have facts, put them up. If you do have facts, let's go to the FBI and let's show and let's expose the crime.
Yeah, and that one guy, Mr. Fingers, he's a real son of a bitch. I got to tell you, I'm gonna stay on top of him. But I'll pass the mic. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks.
You got it. Mr. Fingers.
Mr. Fingers, that's right, Ham. Say his name again, Mr. Fingers. Let's spread the word.
Mr. Fingers. Oh my god.
Hi, everybody. This is Lou Legaida. First and foremost, again, I want to thank everybody, guys like yourself, Ham, William, Avid, Ace. Love your videos. We've conversed when you guys go on your lives. One of two things. One thing I want to just add, and then another one is just a question. One thing that I'd like to add is that I see that there's a lot of people involved in this here, and just kind of like. I want everybody to understand something. This is gravy money. This shouldn't be like you're mortgaging your house to be, buying stock into GTII and you're losing your shirt. Because I see a lot of people, and I know it's very hard to be waiting so patiently, but it's going to be totally worth it. So first and foremost, from a humanitarian point and perspective, hang in there, but don't be selling the trees for the forest. Don't be irresponsible about it. That's number one. This is money that if you have it and you can buy the stock and you can ride the wave, fantastic. If you don't have it, it is what it is. There'll be others after this. That's number one.
I just want to say first on that, you are correct. So guys, listen. It's like gambling. You can't bet over your head. It's very difficult, We all want to be all in on everything. I went all in, and everything I went all in all the time on never really worked for me. I always screwed it up. The ones that I was normal positions on is where I made the most money. I can tell everybody one day I bought puts on a Japanese yen. I made $900,000 overnight. I don't even know what happened, and I didn't really have a big bet in it. I think I owned 100 puts on it. I can't remember, but. Every time I went in, I bought 3 million shares. I bought 3 million shares of United Airlines at $92, working for a big fund. It never went anywhere. The day we sold it, it went up to $300. That's how it happens. Because you're always panicking because we were so big. We were concerned about our downside all the time. And it happens to everybody. It's not just small people. It happens to everyone. So, again, be careful about it. I'd rather own 100 shares than I have nothing. So,
Exactly.
We can't control it. Again, we're not cops. We don't do so much.
Well, that's actually a great segue into my question to you, Ham. What do you think? I know you're not to give any advice or anything, but us as a collective people and the people versus Wall Street and these criminals, what do you think is the best strategy for those folks that are on this call right now that we should be doing? Like, I see MMTLP and I listen to their calls. I'm not in on it, but they have a team of folks that are like aggressive and going after congressmen.
You really can't do anything more. We've done it all for you. We put the truck out there. Everybody knows who we are. All right. There's nothing to do that's going to break the barriers. That's going to knock it down. They know who we are. We put the truck. We've been putting the truck in front of the SEC for 2.5 years. We put it everywhere. We've done everything you can. Those people, and so you understand it. GTI went from $1 to $9, and I know people used to speak all the time. They disappeared because their fight in the army is ended, but they cashed out and moved on. Right? MMTL. These people are trapped. They join the army. They can't leave. They can't. They have to stay and fight. They have no choice but to keep fighting. The shorts are doing exactly what they're doing. The longs are fighting like crazy to try to get people in DC to pay attention to them. And the shorts are trying to do the same thing against us to kill our stocks because they're trapped too. That's what we're going against. The only way to do is spread the word. Just tell people, be careful. Don't invest in the equity markets. It's all fraud. Unless the company's protecting you. And I had people in the booth with chairman of AMC and asked on doing this and helping anybody. I put his picture up there with the guy I know. I said, we tried. You know, if the company's not fighting for you, it's a very dangerous game. GTII has been fighting for 2.5 years for the investors. Each day, they fought. Okay, and for that, you got to commend them for doing that. Guys have been calling up, offering the money. The guys passed on it. Charlie Mayo called up. He could have taken the money 2.5 years ago and been happy and walked away. When the stock went to 10, they were getting calls all the time, I heard, for money. They could have raised $10, $20 million. They didn't take it. They're standing tall, fighting to the end. That's what they're doing. They know they got the short. They brought in the legal counsel. The court takes time. They filed the petition. The judge is going to rule. The DCC is going to, the SEC, the DCC is going to rule against Alpine. All this stuff is coming down. All right? It doesn't happen in a day. It's not a day trade. And the last thing I'll tell you is, remember, everyone, the shorts just hit the sell button. We have to do filings, court documents, this, everything. Look at FINRA. They don't even tell their members about the dividend. What do we, you know, when you're a small company, you don't get the same as Goldman Sachs, but you get treated like a second-class citizen. I mean, just think about what you're doing. You get no help, and you have to fight for this yourself. Anyway, again, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Let's go with Nikki. You have the mic.
Oh, hey there, guys. Hey, Ham, or if somebody else can answer this. So we know that there's all these shorts trapped, right, that haven't settled their positions. Now we have the dividend recently that GTII members are to receive. So do the shorts have to pay that dividend? And who does that money go to?
The short now is now short 10% more of what he was. So let's say it's 300 million. So he's short 30 million shares. They have a liability of 30 million shares to the broker dealers, meaning to Ameritrade, E-Trade, and all the brokers, right? It's the broker, E-Trade, Ameritrade. If Mark Bazil's on the phone as a lawyer, he knows we don't want to sue the Kramers or Alpine because these guys are hiding their money. They don't have any. We want the mess to be passed on to E-Trade and Ameritrade. So we have to watch to see what they're going to do. If they're going to journal entry or put another IOU into your account, that's up to Wes and his team of lawyers to get the information on and expose them for putting journaling. Basically, they're creating a security, an unregistered security. All the brokerage firms are committing wire fraud by putting it in your statement. And any court of law, when everybody tries to convert this, these are restricted. What are they going to do if you want to convert it? It's just going to give you a naked shorted share. They're creating their own shares. The short owes the brokerage firm. The brokerage firm's job is to call in the short. If they do not, then they take the liability of the 30 million shares. That's how it works.
Okay, gotcha. So our saving grace is that we have West Christian, you know, they've got the attorneys behind them, they've got share and tell, and
Yes.
we had a plan for that.
And guess what's next to come out? Another dividend. You know?
Yeah.
Dividend, let's say the proceeds of the lawsuit. Okay? That would be in the form of a bearer bond. A bearer bond is like a certificate so that would go into the holder's name and sent to your home. Won't be able to go into a brokerage account. That's how you're going to trap them again. And after that, there'll be another warrant or another. We just keep creating this. And the brokerage firms who are complicit in the crime for not doing their jobs of stock settlement will eventually going to take a beating for this, and they're going to have to go after the short. All right? We can only move so fast.
Gotcha. Thanks, Hammond. Do we have any type of a timeline or guesstimate? I don't know if you've been in touch with John Berta or Wes. Or we can say. Well.
We want to know.
Well, we got to wait for see how the brokerage firms are going to handle the dividend first, how they're going to enter it. Or,
With the dividend. So again, with Wes is an attorney, and we just have to wait until they get. Listen, FINRA didn't even put on their site the UPC advisory telling their members how to settle the dividend. So they created their own little fire drill back here because everyone's scrambling around. No one knows what the hell's going on, thanks to FINRA. Are they throwing curveballs at us? We don't know, right? But they do it for everyone else, but they didn't do it for us. All right, that's a fact. So we have to figure out what they're doing. Obviously, the company's just going to send them the certain amount of dividend. They have to distribute it. And if, like, for example, everyone has to understand, depository trust, if you draw a circle, has 1 million shares. That's the real shares. Then you draw up all these little spokes, and, the little, like I always put up the bicycle spokes. E-Trade, how many shares do they own? Ameritrade. What happens is there's 1 million at the DTC. E-Trade's going to call them up and says, how many physical shares do you have for E-Trade at the DTC? And the DTC is going to say to E-Trade, we have 100,000 real shares for you. E-Trade is going to say, hit a button and say, oh my God, E-Trade owns 10 million shares. And they have a discrep, they're missing 9.9 million shares. That's how you expose them. The only way to expose the two different numbers from the DTC to the brokerage firm is in the form of a special dividend. The brokerage firms will never tell us what they own. They're hiding the fact. That's what the blue sheets are going to get you in MMTLP. If we all know the DTC has 165, right? Well, that's the real number. What does everyone else own? That's the number we always try to get. And that's why the special dividend exposes them. It doesn't force them to cover. A brokerage firm can break rank and say, screw this, I'm not taking the liability for this. And once one breaks rank, they all start to fold because they all unwind. So right now the brokerage firms are holding hands across America. Hold the line, but one breaks. Maybe it's Jeffries, maybe it's a smaller one saying, screw you. We're long 5 million shares, we only have dividends for 100,000. We got to buy this in and start asking for delivery. Because they know the shit's going to hit the fan, it's going to lead back to them. And lawyers would be loving to sue big brokerage firms versus the Kramers and Alpine.
gotcha. Perfect, Ham. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Appreciate it. I'm dropping down.
Thank you. Let's go with Goldmeyer. You have the mic.
Hey, fellas. Busy, William, Abbott. Thank you guys for hosting these spaces, for everything you do for the community. Hey, Ham, how are you?
Good.
Just wanted to get your take, and obviously anybody else wants to chime in, that's fine. We were talking on another space a few days ago, and Anna Trades was on, and she was talking about the MMTLP situation. She was force transferred into AST with one of her MMTLP positions. Now, I have been holding in my broker, anticipating that we might start trading again, or hoping at least that we might start trading again. But I'm pretty close to getting transferred to Charles Schwab, which I definitely don't want to do. And Fidelity and my other broker would not take my placeholder shares. So I kind of decided that the only choice I had was to transfer to AST, or try to. And they finally accepted the transfer. So now my issue is that a lot of people are trying to separate people who were transferred either because they didn't know what was going on with the allegations of the fraud for FINRA. They were forced transferred, or me, they thought that they had no choice. But in any case, they're trying to make the distinction that the people who are still in their brokers definitely have fake shares, and anybody who transferred definitely has real shares. And if anything were to ever happen and trading was going to open up again, kind of the people that transferred are out of luck, because according to AST, you can't go back to your broker, you can't transfer out of AST unless there's a corporate action by Nexbridge Hydrocarbons to allow people to transfer back to their brokerages. So I just wanted to get your take on, wouldn't you agree? I'm sorry.
This is their court, their rules, you know. I'm sure Mark is starting to understand that. He probably knows it by now. This is a move to try to get people off you get set out. Don't believe that. All right, there's no way they can get away with that.
Okay, great. Yeah, I just wanted your opinion on that because I was thinking that definitely should be part of any negotiation. Okay.
People to do it, I agree, but there's no way they're going to say, well, you can't go back the other way. You can say I was forced to do it. You know, the lawyers are on the Mark is on the phone call. He reports to Wes. He works with Wes. You know, I'm sure that they've heard this question before, and again, they just can't control that part of the game. They'll open it up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commander. And that was actually John, not Anna Trades.
Okay.
All right.
So let's go with Shopping Brat. You have the mic. Shopping Brat, are you there?
Lucky boy. You're a good boy.
You have to unmute yourself.
Hey, Lucky.
Okay.
Come here.
Listen, can we hear from Mark? I'd love to hear about the blue sheets and his take on about the filing and dates and I'm an attorney, so I'm learning it as he's doing it. And
I just sent him a mic.
Yeah.
Mark Bazil, if you're there you go. Keep talking. Go ahead and have it.
Yeah, I'd love to hear Mark's take on there's many retail investors here. I've educated, hopefully, that most of them understand what the blue sheet is. And maybe you can tell us.
Yes,
what you
CB,
think
that's
is
a good
the outcome,
answer.
what these
Whenever
guys are
I've
gonna
gotten
do. I don't know
dividends,
if you tell us.
it takes a few days. There's no reason to think they're not
Hey,
coming.
Busy. Hey, Ham. I think they're going to lay down the gauntlet. They have until May 19th to file opposition to the judge's order directing them to appear before her on May 30th, whether or not these blue sheets should be released based on a petition. Now, understand, this is not a lawsuit. This is a fairly unique process in New York. I think Texas and Rhode Island or another state has a similar process where you can get discovery in advance to help identify the names and addresses of the parties you're looking to sue, as well as information to amplify the proceedings. It was a 50-50 shot the judge was going to sign the order to begin with, but she signed the order. And if you looked at the papers that were filed, they're all over Twitter, the complete packages. You can see that my client is a shareholder of MMTLP since since the summer of 2021. And because of the MMTLP's community's efforts in trying to aggregate as much information as they can, in response to one of the FOIA requests, the SEC turned over an email correspondence between FINRA and the SEC that says the MMTLP matter has made it to their fraud desk. And in that same email, it was stated that they blue sheeted MMAT and MMTLP from all the brokers involved in that trading. Now, what we don't know is the time period for which they're seeking their trading activity. But we asked the judge to release the blue sheets on both ticker symbols all the way back from June 2021. So FINRA will probably have their own in-house counsel, as well as hire some big white shoe outside law firms to try to raise all different arguments on why they shouldn't release the blue sheets. And we're just taking the position that our client has a colorable claim for spoofing, such as in the GTII case pending in the Southern District of New York, as well as naked short selling, stock manipulation, and common law fraud, which brings in state law claims. And in order to couch those claims properly, and especially in court proceedings, you have to specify in detail the fraud. You have to specify who said it, who did it, when they did it, how they did it, and how it damaged you. Well, FINRA is the only agency right now, or only, SRO, that has this this information, and they admitted that back in December 5th, 2022, that they blue sheeted it. So they have the information. So they're going to oppose. They have till the 19th to file their opposition. And once their opposition filed, I believe it's going to end up being Armageddon. I think you're going to see so many different attorneys, law firms, and other parties in interest appearing in the case, wanting to, on both sides, So that's kind of what's going on right now. I finally got to sleep last night after getting the judge's order signed yesterday. We already served it. FINRA already has it. The agents for process also have it. The DC office has it. The New York office has it. So everybody, they're on notice now. They may ask for more time to respond because it is sort of a complicated issue. If they ask for more time, I think that's a precursor to them wanting to come up with some sort of settlement.
I agree on that.
Yeah, and I don't know what that's going to look like. It's too early for me to even speculate, and I don't want to speculate because I don't want to get, the MMTLP or the GTII communities, all excited about that.
Mr. Mark, you can't speculate on it. And people got to understand. He just laid it out for you. The dates, what's happening. You can't get any more frontline than this. FINRA, everybody knows what's going on. They know all about these things. And Armageddon is coming. Once they get that number, if it's supposed to be 165 and it's 565 or 365, obviously, if they're fighting and putting up an effort here, the number in your favor. All right? They would have folded a long time ago if it was close to even. All right? So we know there's a problem. And I'll leave that up to the lawyers, and you let them do what they have to do. People, it takes time. This is major league stuff with MMTLP doing with Mark and West. This is Armageddon. I keep trying to tell people that. Never. This is massive. So unless they show the discrepancy here, the earth is going to shake. I think we're going to get that.
Yeah, and this has never really been done before. So this is all uncharted territory. But quite frankly, somebody had to do something, right? Some of these CEOs they mean well, but they sit on their hands too long to move on stuff. Some of this stuff for both companies could have been addressed, a year ago, a year and a half ago. They've tried everything they could from like a self-help type of situation, which they have to be applauded for, and they're continuing to do that, as Ham said, with these dividends, which would absolutely show an imbalance. But regarding getting the blue sheets, nobody's commenced an action to get the blue sheets. I know there's 3 or 4.
You set the trend. The trend is our friend now. That's what you need to know.
Yeah, exactly.
Mark, I just cutting in. Congratulations, great work. It's awesome. But both of you, I don't think the criminals are going to want discovery. So settlement's coming probably. That's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Hey, Mark, a quick question. What do you think about today's news to change the channel with the DCC and the new risk management stuff? Have you got a chance to read it?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I haven't read it yet, so I can't comment on that.
Yeah, no, you got to read it a couple of times because they write it in Chinese for us.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what they're saying is the banks can't take these hits anymore, and they have to deleverage and say, okay, people, whoever's getting 40 times their money, we have to check and make sure that the money they're showing us is real, whatever the assets are.
Yeah,
and that's going to pull these guys off the real fortune here, where they just keep playing games and keep flooding the markets. Obviously, if they put up $10 million of fake assets and they're shorting $50 million or $100 million off of that, take away the $10 million, that whole game disappears.
Mark, are the broker-dealers committing wire fraud and securities fraud, or can they plead that they didn't know, their systems weren't catching it?
I can't, Bill. I wish I could comment on that. I really can't because
All right.
my firm is also conducting an independent RICO investigation into several firms and other things. So, but
Fair
I
enough.
don't think you're far off. You know what this whole thing is like? You ever go to a playground and you know that little round thing that 4 or 5 kids can hang on to that spins around, and usually get some kid on the outside holding one of the bars and running around and start spinning it really fast, and then as the kids get dizzy they start flying off. This is exactly what's happening right now. FINRA, the brokers, the dealers, the toxic lenders, everybody's on that little spin wheel, right? And now as we start to get momentum, they're starting to fly off. And that's exactly what's going to happen with the GTII lawsuit, with the lawsuits that are contemplated for MMAT and MMTLP, as well as many other tickers that people were talking about, FNGR and Clean Vision and BBIG and just a whole bunch of other crap. It's unbelievable when you start peeling the onion away how much crap is going on in the market. So, yeah, I just got to be careful what I tell you guys. That's all.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mark, listen, Mark, again, there's a lot of retail people here, so just stay in your lane. I understand the street and what they do here. Mark just gave you a breakdown, what he feels that, I do feel that once people start spinning off that wheel, you're going to pick up momentum. The smaller firms will be the first people to crack because they know they're in jeopardy of losing everything. I think the banks that are lending over leverage, they're going to start calling in the risk, and that would put pressure on all these toxic guys that are out here shorting the stocks. The court system, slow, but it's going to catch up. And I do believe the MMTLP thing is going to be earth-shattering. I've been saying that. This is what's going to blow the doors off of this thing. And I think the DTC has made it known that they have to get people to deleverage. They need to cut down the risk because on the long side, you can only lose what you invest. On the short side, it's infinite. And on the long side, you saw the blows to Credit Suisse from that guy in New Jersey who defrauded Credit Suisse and Nomura. On the long side, cost them $15 billion. And I'm sure Mark knows, $1 billion is a lot of money. We throw around that number like it's no big deal, like it's spare change. Billions, it takes years to make back billions of dollars. Okay? I don't care what bank you are, they can't take these hits all day long. All right? So they're going to start cleaning it up, get rid of these small people. It's been 35 years since I've been following it that these guys have been looting. They stole enough. All the biggest players on the street, the guys you see on TV, they all do it. I posted about Millennium. Izzy Englander was the guy who worked on the American Stock Exchange. He was a specialist. Brilliant guy. He goes upstairs, he hires a bunch of cowboys. What do? Making sure they get secondary. Everybody does it. Just go back and check what brokerage firm Kyle Icahn owned back in the days. These guys are not that smart. They didn't have winning trades all over the place. They all played the game. It was free money. You could short against the secondary. I don't know if I'm not saying Carl did it, but these guys are all right all the time. You can't even throw a dart and be right all the time. Everything, 50-50. All right? Think about these guys making billions every day. Anyway, anybody else have any questions? I don't want to keep Mark. He just finished working, and I'm done too. So, anybody else?
Yeah, we got FINRA Sofa King.
Whatever that is.
Hey, Mark. So I'm fairly green with trading, so I don't know too much about the blue sheets. But if you get a full unretracted report of the blue sheets, can that lead you, or can that tell you who the bad players are? Will it give you any clues into that aspect?
Well, first of all, I don't think we're going to get the full, comprehensive, complete data from the blue sheets, because the blue sheets include client account holder information. These are like retail traders, like you guys, right? So whatever if we get the blue sheets and it's based upon a negotiation, that stuff will be redacted. However, all the broker information, their sales, their trades, the dates, that can help go towards analyzing an imbalance, shorting, and a whole bunch of other things that we think, happened here. And I just want to say this. I don't know if William ever heard me say this, but William and Ham are incredible resources and incredibly knowledgeable. And if these spaces calls keep occurring, when my 7 law student associates start in 2 weeks, I'm going to have them listen in on every Twitter space call that William, Busy, Avid, and Ham are on to learn more about this, because they're just hands absolutely to open up that curtain with full transparency to make sure everybody sees it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that. And back at you.
Yeah, but I'm just a mouthpiece. You guys are living this, so God bless you.
Let's go with another hand. Meta fam, you have the mic.
Yeah, guys, how you doing? Just a quick question. Does anybody know the technical way they would actually make this trade again?
No, that's hard to say. Listen, I did a lot of great. They call it gray trading. It's a gray area. Basically, I had a buyer, and I had a buyer that wanted to sell stock. I would call Coleman up and negotiate it. Okay, in a gray market. I would call him. I got 300,000 City preferred. Hey, it's priced at 25. I'll sell it to you at 24 because I want to get the hell out. And they come back and say, "That would bid 23." I'll say 23. It's like anything negotiated. Would they do that? That's something that, they can come back and say. They can say, "Hey, everybody, you got a $10 bid. Hit it. You want it? You get that $10 now." I don't know. You can sit there and say, "No, I'm going to get a lawyer and sue you." But meanwhile, some people who need the money desperately are going to whack the bid and get out, right? That's how it goes. The reason they would do that is because they would break apart the army of MMTLP like they did in GameStop. This is a different way to break it up. E-Trade's going to say, they're going to have a couple of people on the desk say, "Hey, we got a $10 bid in this stock. We own 10 million shares. Call up the people that own it, offer them $10 right now." And they'll see who takes it. You're going to get people to bail out. That's what's going to happen. All right? And they'll get the rest of the people, they'll come back and say, "Hey, we offered you 10. And then tomorrow they're going to say, "You know what, we offered you 9. Or they may offer you 11. They may go to 12. I don't know. If FINRA or the SEC forces an issue where it's a closing transaction, if they bid 10 and they don't get filled, they have to go to 11. If they sell to 11, you never know. It's like that's a controlled short squeeze. You move it up. It's like, let's make a deal. What door are you going to take? Would you take it now? At 11? No. Take it at 12. You start there sweating. 13. How high are they going to go? You never know.
So I have a question for Mark. Mark, let's just say that they do give us the blue sheets, and that number shows an imbalance. I mean, and we're aware of the imbalance. Would they even dare to open this thing up for trading for those 2 days? I mean, since we already would know that there is an imbalance, would they rather settle?
Listen, I'll answer that for Mark before, because Mark's not a trader, he's an attorney, all right? But if the number's this big, they're going to come up, something's going to happen before this gets exposed. Mark told you, this is earth-shattering. I told you, it's earth-shattering. This is the stuff that's going to open and kill the system right now. All right? All the naked shorts, everyone's watching this, because once they see that imbalance, okay, Whole Foods was quiet. It was only 13 million shares of an imbalance. Imagine being 200 million shares or 300 million shares in imbalance. How could that be possible? How could there be an imbalance in the equity markets, right? And no one's settling anything. This is earth-shattering, what you're seeing. So, to come out, if it's that big, trust me, Mark, Wes, they'll be getting the calls to figure out how to put this to rest before it gets out there.
So, I guess I'm going to ask another question. Let's just say it is a settlement. I mean, don't we as the shareholders have a say-so? I mean, can we say...
But they're not going to... No, they may start trading it before, is what I'm saying. I didn't say a settlement. They traded before. They're not going to tell you. As the person and West with to expose this number, they're going to have to figure it out. They don't want anyone to know that number.
Okay.
So they may force the issue until, let's say, it's Citadel and Virtue that are the ones that are shorted, MMTLP. They got to tell them, say, guys, you got to take a beating here. Good luck. We got to close this out, because if it gets out there, we're all going to get killed.
I'll take a risk of merging between Ham and Mark. I think if you sell, they're going to make you sign a release somehow.
Listen, let's not speculate about this. Let the court system. Every day that goes by, the pressure's getting stronger and stronger. These guys are feeling it. They know that this is going to open up the can of worms. All right. So if it's a big number, there's no way they're going to let the judge release this, and they're going to force the issue before and let it start trading, so everybody can shut up, and then the lawyers will have it behind the scenes on the second part of that. If they got to get you your money out, that's what has to happen. So I believe that they're going to if the number's too big, it trades before, they'll open it up, they'll let you guys get out, they'll kill whoever's short. Hey, remember, the short's got $7 in his pocket already. It went down from 10 or 11, right? So he's profitable already, right? So let's say he takes it to 20, all right, before they shut it down. I don't know. It's got to be something, but they got to let it come out.
All right, let's go to other hands. I got 3 more hands, Ham. You good with that?
Yeah, go.
Okay, let's go with CFS. You have the mic.
Hi, this question may have been asked already. I'm a little confused. It's for Mark. So, Mark, you filed a lawsuit. You have a client. And if they don't offer up the blue sheets and they make you an offer, is that offer for all of us or just your client that you filed the lawsuit for?
Okay, so first of all, it's not a lawsuit. It's called a special proceeding. We don't have to prove our case. We don't have to really prove anything other than we don't have the identities of the wrongdoers. That's basically the threshold of New York. Now they're going to, they're going to come in and try to say they've got no claims or those claims belong in federal court or what have you. I don't want to give too much away, but we're ready for all that. But if they want to come and settle, to be honest with you, I don't think I'm in the position to agree to any settlement. Anything short of maybe reopening trading and giving us the blue sheets. And I'm sure, they're not going to buy off my client, who's basically a one-off of the 100,000 that make up the MMTLP community. And all I can say is we have to wait first to see what kind of response we're going to get on May 19th, because they just may ask for more time. And again, if they ask for more time to file opposition, they may try to open the channels for some sort of negotiation. But then I get kind of put between a rock and the hard place, because no matter what, even if it wasn't me or Wes or the GTII lawsuit or any of the MMTLP individual lawsuits, not everybody in the community is going to be happy. There's going to be people who certainly file a class action lawsuit so we could all get pro rata benefit. It's just so many different factions that I can't even speak to what a settlement could even possibly look like, other than that I may not be the right person. I mean, I may be the right person to force it, but may not be the right person, because I would assume a lot of people would want to intervene because they have different viewpoints, as maybe my client does, with regard to what a settlement would look like. But to me, I think because this issue is so complicated and runs so deep, the best thing they could do is open trading. Reinstitute the CIK, resuscitate the ticker symbol, and let it trade out for 2 or 3 days. Let it clear itself out, let the market do what the market does naturally. Let the shorts cover. Because other than that, how can you settle it? I mean, what would be the terms acceptable? I don't know what that is right now. All I'm concentrating on, building up my war chest, getting my nuclear grenade launchers ready. So when I file my reply for my client on the 26th, I I hit them really hard on every one of their points of opposition. That's what I'm focusing on right now. I wish I could speculate. I wish I could say, yeah, you guys are going to do great. Everything will be okay. I wish I could say that to you because a lot of you are hurting. I can't say that. I don't know what this is going to look like. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go with Lee. You have the mic.
How you doing, guys? I just got a question for Mark and Hammett, maybe. What it is, as all the years we went through Torchlight and the shorting and all that other stuff, through the years and years of all this stuff, if they do give out the blue sheets, is it possible for them to fudge the numbers along the way before they give them to Mark?
I don't think
Because if they ever did that, I mean, how will we know, or would they say it's just a glitch or something like that?
Yeah, Lee, I addressed this in another space call. I don't know if it was yesterday or Friday. So if the judge is inclined to require them to release the blue sheets to us, to turn them over, redacted without the account information of the holders, I would request the judge to have FINRA certify that these are true and accurate that they received from the broker. Because if through litigation, whether it's Wes or my firm or another firm, through litigation, they find out that the broker lied on their blue sheet reports, then that's FINRA's problem, not your problem. And they would be subject to other action by FINRA, including cease and desist, pull their license, So I know that you guys run deep in your due diligence and you uncover every grain of sand. You're looking at the other side of every grain of sand on Jones Beach. But I think while this may be a possibility, it's maybe a 2 or 3% possibility. I don't think, based on a court order, that FINRA would turn over blue sheets that they thought were doctored up or fraudulent, or that they doctored up and fraudulent. They won't, even though it's just a state court judge. She's still a judge. She has a lot of power. So, I don't think that they're going to do that. So I wouldn't stress too much about that, right? So
There's no way a government official is going to doctor a number up to try to hide it to protect the street. That one person will be hung out to dry and thrown in jail for life. There's no way.
I agree.
I like the idea of certifying it. I like that. But again, you have to be insane to take that hit as a government employee to protect hedge funds and everybody to sign off on that. That's like signing a hand grenade with the pin pulled out. It'd be nuts.
If that was the case, would that be just one person, or would it be the whole, let's say, Citadel or Citadel or something like that? Would they come crashing on them if they did something like that?
Listen, they just showed you that Citadel and these guys take a bath when the stocks get squeezed. They're big boys. They know what's going on. If they're going to take a hit here, they're going to pay the price. That's it. That's how it goes. They're not going to cover up this stock. They're going to cover up. They're going to pay the price, and that's what's going to happen. Okay. They're here for business for 100 years, not for 2 more weeks.
Yeah, I want to thank.
Go ahead, Lee. I'm sorry. I had to mute you because you had some background noise. Go ahead.
I want to thank you, Ham, for helping us out, giving us the insight, because, believe me, man, I mean, as time went on, we would never seen anything like this stuff, all the stuff that you gave us. It's great. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Hey, I got a lot of friends in here too, so there's no problem.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it too, buddy.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Let's go to Moody Waters, and that'll be the last question.
Hi there, everybody. I've had throat cancer, so I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Perfect. Go ahead, we got you.
Okay, thanks. My question is, I'm Canadian, and I know there's a lot of Canadians in these two plays, MMTLP and GTII. So my question is, Mark, first of all, thank you very much. You did make reference earlier to possibly looking at the brokers and whether or not there's any involvement. So my question is, are the Canadian brokers in the same boat as the U.S. brokers, or are our brokers lily white? Is basically
100% sure, but if they're registered with FINRA to conduct broker or dealer transactions in the United States, then they would be subject to the same as any domestic broker.
Okay, they are. So thank you very much. That answers my question, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Moody Waters.
Well,
Go ahead, Ham.
as far as that question, as far as what he just said,
No, I was talking when you were trying to say something, but if you have something to try.
I just said get well, Tim. Get well.
Okay. All right, no problem. And I won't take any more of your time, Ham, and also you, Mark. Thank you so much for joining the space call.
All right, guys, have a good night. Listen, remember, the legal system takes time. Mark has to write things down with a pen. These guys just hit a sell button. It's very difficult to live in real time. MMTL people, they got trapped. So did shorts. They're trapped too. FINRA made a mistake in shutting it down, and now everyone's trapped. The people on the long side, you did nothing wrong, you bought the stock. The people on the short side, they're the ones sweating. All right, so again, I know you need the money, but hang in there. Mark, again, great job. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Hey, Ham, just want to remind you, and Zach knows, it's Bagel Friday at the firm, if you're around.
Oh, I got it. All right, thank you.
All right. All right, guys, take care. Have a good evening.
Mark. Thank
All
you,
right.
Ham. See you later.
I don't know if I'd
All right, guys. Abbott, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take over for a second. Let me get set up here.
Go ahead. You got a hand up? Go.
Hey, Evan, I just wanted to point everyone up into the nest.
I saw someone just put a hand up.
Yeah, it's me, Junk.
No.
Can you hear me, Evan?
Okay. Well, I mean, definitely a lot was said.
Abbott.
Yeah.
Abbott, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me drop you back down because you're not able to hear Savvy. She's speaking.
Okay.
I'll bring you right back up. Go ahead, Savvy.
Thanks, Busy. No, just wanted to let everyone know that up in the nest is the announcement. So we have got, hang on just a second. Sorry, guys, I'm just going to pull it up really quick. So Dr. Marvel is holding a space at 2:30, which is 5:30 market time. So that's in about 21 minutes. He's bringing in a mental health professional to talk to us about how to deal with kind of some of the issues that we're dealing with in our situation. It's been a long 5
Do you
months.
think I need to
For
listen
some
to
of us,
that?
it's been years. And so he wanted to help out the community. So if you guys are
think I
interested
need
to
mental
come
health?
over and hear what his expert has to say, we're going to be
Expert?
doing that in about 21
I probably
minutes.
do need a mental
And the link is
health
up in the
expert.
nest.
That's probably the
Thank
problem.
you, Savvy. Abbott, are you back?
Yep, I'm back. Sorry, I hear her now. I don't know why I didn't before. You want me to continue, or?
Yeah, let's go to MetaFam and then we'll go to you. MetaFam, yeah.
I might hang up.
Yeah, guys, I asked before about it becoming tradable again, and I don't know if it was Mark or Ham said that they could revive this ticket. Is that possible?
That was Mark that said that.
Yeah, that they could revive this ticket and bring it back.
That's exactly what he said, yes.
Has anybody ever heard of that being done?
Has anybody heard of our situation?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Drew would say extraordinary measures or extraordinary events necessitate extraordinary measures. So if they can
I
certainly
like
make a
that,
ticker be
Ziggy.
deleted,
I
they
don't
can
need
bring
a
it back.
shrink. I need a squeeze.
They'd probably have to have a different name, a different number, accused of
Not
everything.
necessarily. Not necessarily. So
My shares have been exchanged for Nextbridge, so they would have to reissue, exchange them back to MMTLP.
I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't know if the people in Nextbridge are going to have that opportunity. I don't want to spread FUD, but I don't want to misspeak. I will say, though, that the people that have the power to negotiate a resolution in this situation are very well concerned about the people that have been pushed against their will into Nextbridge. And so it's going to be a negotiation. I can imagine that is in the forefront of their minds, and they will figure out a way to get you guys involved in the resolution.
Thanks a lot. That answers my question.
Yeah, and then let me just say that's my opinion. I don't have insider information, but I have a conversation with some of the people people in the background. John Bird is very well aware, as is Wes Christian, about the desires of the community, and they're going to do what they can to fight for that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Ebron, and then we'll go to Avid. Ebron, you have the mic.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I just want to say one thing because of what I've been dealing with Fidelity this week and them screwing with my cost basis. The moment that they
I'll listen a few more minutes just to see
trade,
if
I've
they
literally
need me.
doubled my money because they have doubled my cost average. They went it from 63 to
It doesn't
15.8.
matter. You can write it correctly
So
on
if they
your tax
open this up for
return.
trading, I'm going to have a cost average of 15.8. Now I know I'm going to know what I paid for it because I have an Excel spreadsheet for every share I purchase.
It's not a big issue.
So this is automatically going to be
Not a
double.
big issue.
I'm going to double my money. Am I thinking correctly?
Ebrind, I would be very speculative in my experience. I think you said you're with Fidelity. I'm with TD Ameritrade. They jack with my cost basis all the time. So I would call them and detail out your concerns for them when the time comes and make sure that you understand where you really do stand before you do execute any trades, if that is the situation that we're involved in. But I would never trust the cost basis that's delivered to you by your broker. That's just my experience. TD Ameritrade gets it wrong all the time.
No, I agree with you, and I'm not. And until they get it right, I'm literally not going to, even if they open up for trade,
You don't
I'm just
have
going
to
sit there
use
and
it.
watch the damn
Do we have to spend time on this issue?
Okay.
Because
well, that
the
was
numbers aren't right.
That was just my
Report the
point.
correct number.
It's just you know what you purchased at, so you know what your cost basis is.
Correct.
And so I personally, if I was in your situation, I would operate under what I know to be the truth, because you and your tax professional can adjust the numbers as necessary based on your personal records of what you purchased those shares at. So whatever Fidelity reports it at, you and your tax professional can adjust it with your own personal evidence of what you purchased those shares at.
No, I know, and the confusing part is, which is why I filed an extension, is because my 1099 matches something that doesn't even appear on the screen. Like it's actually less. 53 is what mine. I know what my cost basis is, and this all just happened this week. So either A, I think something is about to happen, and they're getting everybody ready. Or B, they don't know what to do, and they're just in limbo like us. So I don't know which is the truth, but I do know that none of the reporting is correct, including on my 1099, and which is why I filed an extension, and I guess hopefully they get this crap worked out by October.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go with Avid. We can hear you now, and I think you can hear everybody. So,
yeah, is there anything specifically you'd like me to talk about? I know there was pretty much a lot mentioned.
Yeah,
we can hang up
we had a lot of information here, but if you wanted to chime in or add any of your thoughts or insights of what's going on, any news, please feel free to do so. If not, I'll give the mic to William. And if he doesn't have anything else to say, we could just end it here. So it's up to you guys. I know that what's his name? Dr. Marble is going to have a space, so I know that was pre-planned. So I'm gonna head over there also after the space call and join them.
Yeah, I guess like I said before, just to reiterate in the beginning of the call. I know I get a lot of messages. I get a lot of people that are, always concerned because everyone at the end of the day here wants to get paid. There's definitely a lot of categories of people. Some people don't give a shit about any of this. They're just like, when am I getting paid? When is it going to squeeze? Right? There's definitely a lot of people probably shaking their heads like, yeah. And then there's people that again are fighters and on the ground floor. But either way, it takes time. It's not just going to happen overnight. I mean, we're trying to have systemic change here. And really fighting Wall Street, the Congress. It's not just gonna snap of the fingers change everything. This has been going on for a very, very long time, And I don't think that, there's ever been a point in time, really in history, where people have had the interconnectedness, the voice that we have. We're all on the same page. We're all educated. Kind of goes back to what I told Buddy Pedro before. It's like the worst decision they could have made was to not let a play like AMC and GameStop go. Now, of course, it would have been detrimental to the system. I'm aware of that. But what it opened up was a shareholder base and, communities like this where they get together and say, hey, what's going on here? And that, again, breeds people like Busy, William, Junk, Swing, 100, Curtis, a lot of people like that who are, and many other people that I'm forgetting, but many people that, are going to go deep into this, be right in the front lines and really uncover this whole mess. And I think that was what the system didn't want. And that was probably the worst thing that could have happened for the system, best thing that could have happened for us. And, I say it all the time, like, it's not our problem that Congress isn't educated. It's not our problem that the play got so out of hand due to lack of regulation that it's going to cause that ripple effect, that it's going to cause that systemic issue. That's not our problem that GameStop got so out of hand that it would literally cause an infinity squeeze. That's the regulators' fault for not putting the brokers in check, for the brokers not putting their clients in check, for the clients not, it all goes down the line. But like Ham said, like everyone said, it takes time. Bureaucracy is not a fast process. There's legal matters, documentation. It's going to be a long, hard fight. But in the end, I do believe we're on the right side of the trade. I really do. There's definitely been a lot of individuals, some coming at me today about GTII.
We'll defend you.
I always like to handle things professionally. I'm not going to, go and degrade people or curse at people or, I could easily stoop to the level and do that. But again, we put in the time, we put in the work. I've laid it all out for you as clear and concise as I possibly can. I just had James O'Keefe in my DMs a few days back talking about GTII potentially and asking for some documents. So, we're doing the work. We're putting in as much work as we possibly can. I mean, you really can't be making any more progress than what this community's doing. So again, I always say, there's a lot of bad actors there. Ignore the noise. There's going to be a lot of BS that's going to come your way. A lot of people that are going to try and throw you off your game. But again, it's just an insight or kind of foreshadowing as to what's going to come in the future. And I definitely think when people come out of the woodwork and have so much to say, well, again, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Because I put in the work. I put in hundreds and thousands of hours of making content and reading articles and trying to educate people. I always ask the question, what have you done? You haven't done jack shit for the fucking stock, so don't try and stoop to my level and act like you know everything. If you have facts and you got evidence, present it. If not, it's all noise, and I really don't want to hear from it.
He gets mad just like I did.
I don't care how great your following is. I don't care how big of a personality you are. I don't care who follows you, quite frankly. I could give a rat's ass less who you are. And there's a lot of people out there that always got something to say. So I just want to, again, say that to everyone, that's normal. It's part of the process. We've dealt with it plenty with GTII, plenty. William will tell you, and Ham, when I first got on this and started really making a lot of noise and we started seeing a lot of progress and ultimately that first run-up, the amount of noise that we heard was insane. When that initial NSCC filing came out from the SEC related to Alpine with the high concentrated short that Ham mentioned before, most of the noise went away. That was one thing that really silenced everyone.
I don't have patience.
And it's like, well, where'd you go? Where did everyone go? Where's all those people again? And they, like you said, they ran away because again, it's just something that can't be denied. So don't take it personally. I know, even speaking from my experience, don't take it to heart. A lot of these people, they're not being very productive if their goal is to come online and try and degrade a community that's been defrauded and robbed of their money, right? Imagine if you get online and you got nothing else better to do but to bash or make fun or try and discredit something that we're putting all of our time and energy to. So always see through the nonsense. Don't just look at it for how it appears on the surface. look behind it or what the actual meaning is. I always say that. But anyways, like I mentioned before, GTI, the company, MMTLP, there's definitely the right people involved here. I think we're going down the right path. We have Mark, and like we said, all the right pieces in play here with the people going to DC, getting in front of the congressmen, people that are willing to make the change. So I really don't think there's anything else that we possibly could be doing better. All the groundwork's been laid out. All the blueprints there. Everyone knows the play inside and out. If you don't, there's millions of videos, millions of great people here. Busy does absolutely fantastic work, brings a ton of very well-educated individuals on time after time. Just take a look at some of his past spaces he's put out. They're really, really incredible. A lot of people shout out the energy in this community. So keep your head up. I know it sucks. I know everyone wants to have that payday. They want that big squeeze and, to be able to pay some bills, live an easier life. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But you have to be in it to win it, and, that there's no real time on that. Don't listen to the dates or the price targets. No one can answer that. It's impossible. If someone's telling you it's going to happen by a certain day, it's BS. If they're telling you, it's going to go to XYZ price, it's all nonsense. Because if anyone knew that, we wouldn't be here. So again, like I said, just keep your head down, keep pushing. You got all the right people backing you. So don't ever take things personally. There's going to be a lot of nonsense, a lot of people trying to discredit what we're doing. That's fine. Just smile and keep asking them, what have you done for the stock? And the answer is nothing. So appreciate it, Busy.
Thank you, Avid. Let's go close it out with William. You have the mic.
Hey, Busy, thank you. And that's great job, Avid and Junk Savvy. And thank you for Anna being on. And there's so many other people that were here. I'll just be as quick as possible. What I heard today is exciting on two fronts. I think the pressure that's going to be on the broker-dealers from the action initiated by Mark is going to be huge. So I expect that you're going to get some sort of formula for a settlement, which means that the worst case, you're not going to lose your money. And the best case, maybe you get a facsimile of the squeeze that you should have had in MMTLP. The other thing is this news on the DTCC taking away cross-collateral value is going to put, I can't think of a polite term, but it's going to squeeze them where it hurts. And that pressure on Wall Street, when it starts to hurt and they start losing money, you don't need lawsuits. They're going to start protecting their own, and they'll start buying in, and you might see action very quickly in your favorite stocks. And I'll finish by saying, when you feel down like this, when you feel like your head's telling you, but your gut feels ill at ease sometimes, and I love what Avid said. Well, it wasn't Avid, it was somebody else, but I know Avid would agree. And Ham said, you don't want to get in over your head. But on the other hand, if you're waiting for Finger or GTII to go lower before you add to your positions, in both cases, I think all of the setup is there to go ahead and at least buy something now, if it's in your inclination. I'm not forcing you to do so. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. It was a great call, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you for that, William. And for that, thank you, everybody, for joining. And I will see you on the next one. Have a great day. Thank you, William.
I don't know if I said anything useful. Yeah, I'm going to go, Sada. Sada, are you going to be there? Sada Aman. Moody Waters. I hope when I feel down, I buy more. That's good. I don't know if I should have said that, but no one else is saying it, so I said it. So, selling Oriental rugs. While I was listening, I did this little thing. in December, I told you you could sell one share of Cosmo at $4.50 and buy one share of Logic, one share of CRTD, one share of GTII, one share of Wolf. And then I don't know if I said buy DBMM or not, but this doesn't add up. I might have said one other one. But anyway, I was adding it up. Remember, Logic and CRTD might have dividends still, so it's hard to calculate the value. But COSM's 322 now, so you would have saved $1.28 by doing it. Logic's down, so you would have lost 6 cents. But remember, it has a dividend potential soon, so I don't know. But as of this moment, it's down. CRTD's way the hell down. It has a dividend potential, but man, it's down 65 cents. So I was bloody wrong on that. You're right. You're bloody well right. I didn't have a right to say. But on GTII, we're up 41 cents. On Wolf, unfortunately, I sold mine. But Wolf is up a smacker. It's up $1. I don't know what I recommended there, because I might, looking at my numbers, I might have recommended 60 shares here. But I don't know. Anyway, that's down. That's way down. But leaving that out, you would be up $2 if you had listened to me. How's that for sheer genius? I know. Supertramp. That was a great album. That was a great album. And I'll have you know, it's played in the highest halls of, well, it was played in the highest halls of the State Department. And it's now played in one of the offices at Arnold Porter. Yeah, you know what an album is? That's my problem. Not that I've been on a date lately, but no one knows what an album is. Yeah, I'm way down on CRTD. Yeah, I don't have their albums anymore, but I think I had, two or three of them. But of course, Breakfast in America was the big one. Yeah, Ace. Hey, Ace. Yeah, I listened to that call, and Avid hopped off as soon as I started talking. But maybe I shouldn't have said what I said. I don't know if you were still on, but I really think in the case of Finger and the case of GTII, if one is inclined to buy, now's the time. I really don't know why wait, but that's me. So you were in high school in the 70s? Wow. So you know, Moody Waters, you know who wrote Afternoon Delight, and or who sang it. Afternoon Delight. Yeah, I agree, Ace. I just, everybody gets caught up in the, I don't know, I like to get to the chase of it. And the chase of it is the signals are all there. Now, does it mean it's going to happen? There's no guarantees. But you want to have most of the odds in your favor. Peter Frampton. Yeah, I went out, when I was in London, I took the train out to this pub that had Frampton singing. Then they said it was the brother of Peter Frampton. But I now remember it because I sat at the pub drinking while they played their music. And afterwards I fraternized with the band. And since I had an American accent and I was probably buying, everyone surrounded me. But ever since, I've wondered if he really was Peter Frampton's brother or something like that. Yeah, there you go. You got it. Starland Vocal Band. All right. And you would know who played Picking Up the Pieces. Now that's a tough one that most people don't know. I know. It is Starland Vocal Band. My formula for settlement in MMTLP, and maybe now's the time to finally do the video because they have to discuss it. I personally think that the oil and gas assets are valuable now and in the future. So I'm not, I wouldn't be upset to own the oil and gas assets. Actually, I voluntarily, and I don't trust the system. So I don't recommend it because it might blow up in my face. But I own shares in 2 accounts, and in one of my accounts, I asked them to give me my shares, and I think they're going to, of NextBridge, but I don't trust it. I don't trust that what I'm going to get is going to be real, so it's hard to recommend. But if I get that, I'll be happy with that, because I think the problem with a global settlement in MMTLP is that the system is going to try to do it on the cheap. The criminals are going to try to do it on the cheap. There's a lot of fear and anxiety out there, so they're going to try to take advantage of you guys on the cheap. So there's a risk that a settlement will be at a low price. Or a reverse Dutch auction, so it starts at a low price, only gets 10% done. The next time they do it at a higher price, but they don't really tell you that's what they're doing. So anyway, one reason I asked for my shares, just on part, and by the way, it's a small number of shares, but I asked for it is because the risk is the settlement's going to be El Cheapo. The second reason is what I already said. I believe the oil and gas assets are valuable, and they're going to get more valuable. And if you get into the NextBridge stock, it happens without a tax consequence. And I think that's a reason to do it. But there are risks in NextBridge. I mean, the risks are that the oil and gas doesn't turn out to be what is advertised. There's risks they get spent out of their production. There's risks the short sellers take advantage of the board. I don't think that's going to happen. There's all sorts of risks in oil and gas. So you got to balance that out. But what I think the settlement basically should be is paying you. I can do it quickly, and I won't bore you by getting all elaborate on it, but I can do it quickly. You deserve what one You deserve one of 2 things. You deserve one of 2 things. You either deserve 1/165 millionth of NextBridge per share, or you deserve your short squeeze. And on top of that, your opportunity costs have to be factored in, transaction costs, maybe mental anxiety. So how do you do that? How do you get 1/165 millionth of a share? Because the possibility is there's only 165 million shares real, you know that. But the possibility, just for sake of argument, is there's a billion shares out there. There's a billion shares out there. I can't do that arithmetic. Another way to do it, well, let me leave it at that. So there's this is real, and the difference between this is not real. But now to do simple arithmetic, I'm just going to say there's a billion. The only way to do it is NextBridge has, I know the way I'll do it. I'll say there's three times the shares in your accounts as exist. I'll do it. That'll be easy math. I think it should be easy math. NextBridge has approved 500 million shares. We'll ignore that they might do a deal with Roth for 40 million. Let's just go with this. So there's 165 million that are real. And there's 300 and whatever this is, 335 million that are fake. That's just the facts, Jack. So you're trying to get these shares and these shares. Well, right now they're just trying to get it into 165. What I think the solution is, and you can multiply this by what everything else is out there, I think NextBridge should issue 335 million shares. They should issue this. I know they can because it's already authorized. They should issue this, and I'm going to go high, at $1,000 a share. You're going to say, how can that be? Well, it's my example. But what does this do? This gives, they should issue that like that. So let me do the arithmetic quickly because I always screw up arithmetic. So it's $335 billion. $335 billion. $335 billion that NextBridge brings in. So NextBridge brings in $335 billion. What does NextBridge get? They get a lot of money without restriction. They can buy other acreage. They can probably buy other companies. They don't have to do ESG. They're not constrained by a hedge fund. So NextBridge becomes one of the best oil and gas stories out there for this decade, and you'll love to own the shares. What do the lawyers get? $35 billion. Lawyers get $35 billion to get the hell out of the way. So NextBridge has $300 billion. But you have, well, let me go by the other people involved first. FINRA doesn't matter, but they can go on with their careers. SEC doesn't matter, they can go on with their careers. The prime brokers have to give up cash. They have to give up cash, and they may go broke. The hedge funds, the LLCs, the criminals, they have to give up all their cash. The broker-dealers are going to have to lose a lot of money. I think one or two prime brokers will cease to exist. But what do they get? What do they get for losing all of that? They get no discovery. They get to not go to prison. They get, in some cases, to continue doing business. That's what it's in it for them. So then that leaves you, well, MMAT, there's some debt they're owed, but it'll be more than covered by those billions of dollars. So what do you get? Because there's 300 billion in the kitty, you get a much bigger company. So one could argue your shares are more valuable. In my opinion, right now, 1/165th of 1/165 millionth, in other words, one share of Nextbridge right now, I think is worth $100. You could say it's less, you could say it's more. So I think out of this money, you should get one share of Nextbridge. And just, I mean, the numbers can, I'm using this as an example, and I think you should get $200 distributed to you as a special dividend. Also, everybody that's already in the real shares should get that special distribution too. That's my solution. And what do the lawyers get? Massive amounts of money. What does the system get? They get to put this under the wraps again. The journalism can move on to the Ukraine, and that's my solution. Oh, you got yours in Fidelity, but nothing in TD Ameritrade. You got yours in Fidelity. That's great. When you say just got it, was it after 5 o'clock or was it at midnight? Anyway, that's great. That's awesome. Let me see a few more things. $10 a system. Moody Waters. I didn't know what the frickin' Nest was either. But if you think about it, it's Twitter and it's a tweet. Birds. So they put this thing up above where all the people are. They put it right up above and you can hit it. I don't know how to use it in terms of downloading the material or making it bigger. But they put it up in the nest because it's a clever terminology. I don't know, Moody Waters. After 5. So that's what it is. That's what it is. It's after 5. So they just... I know, Ryan. Quit giving them the lawyers a big amount. I know. But you got to get... The problem is to get it resolved. And that's what I want. I just resolve it, put money in your account, and let's move on with life. To resolve it, the negatives of my solution is you have to absorb the fact that the criminals are not going to go to jail, and you have to bury all that revenge. But the sweetest revenge is getting the money. Yeah, I have no idea. You know, I had to go on some of these space calls, and I was like, what's the freaking Nest? Well, it's just look up in the Nest. And I'm like, what? Anyway, that's what it is. I still don't know how to really use it. They say it's there. And I said, oh, great. And then nothing happens my end because I don't know how to use it. Yeah, 15 minutes ago. That's awesome. Ted Williams. Ted Williams, you're batting 400, boy. That's great. You're going to be a wealthy man, in my opinion. My opinion. Can I sleep in your arms tonight, lady? It's so lonely lying here all alone. I just need someone's arms to hold me. No, and I have no hold to hold on you, and I assure you I'll do you no harm. Don't know why, but the one I loved left me here. So lonely, cold, and something so blue. All I need is someone's arms to hold me till I'm strong enough to get on my feet again. I can't remember the words exactly, but it was Willie's birthday yesterday. Wow, 183,000. Ted Williams. I think you should get married, Ted Williams. Somebody's gonna call you up and say, "Are you married, boy? Are you married?" My MMT bill was over on the 9th. Don't, Barry Crouch, that's really black and white thinking. And I tell you from somebody who has been accused of black and white thinking, you're not losing your $12,000, Barry. Trading halted doesn't mean that the criminals keep your money and you lose everything. That's not happening. You have not lost $12,000, Barry. You're not going to lose $12,000. You're not going to lose $12,000. Worst case, they'll give you your money back. Worst case. And I think they should get a lawsuit right where the sun don't shine if they only give you your money back. But Barry, unless they're ready to blow up the United States security system, and that's what would happen, you're not going to lose your principal money. You're just not going to lose it on MMTLP. Ted Williams, if you make a lot of money, you're going to have to, it won't be a total loss. They just can't do it. In other words, BBJ, if they told you lost everything, they took your money as a brokerage firm, and at settlement, their job is to settle the trade, so you receive stock. It'd be like you going to a realtor and going to settlement. You put up, whatever, $600,000 to buy a condo made of stona, and then you show up and there's no condo. They would have to give you your money back, and it's just the way it is. Well, Barry, that's not 100% true. But check with an accountant. There's lots of situations where there's not going to be a closing transaction in the security you bought. For example, there's a company I invested in, a gold company, who years ago, it still is operating barely, but they stopped filing. They stopped paying their filing fees, so they got delisted. So the company still has ostensibly a CEO. They have an officer, and that officer is the board. and they have a scientist, and they have their prospective ore body. It's nano gold, so it's a little more complicated, but they're still processing it. It's a Canadian-based firm, so they're processing the material. But it's no longer publicly traded, hasn't been traded in 3 years. And, you know, it's in the hands of my accountant. But I believe it was written off last year to zero, maybe the year before. Because it is zero. I can't sell it. The likelihood it's a complete write-off. It has no real employees and no investors putting up money. So if there isn't a miracle by, I think, August, it ceases to be. So anyway, my point is, Barry, you can write it off. But what happens is, from that point onward, if suddenly the stock comes back to life, you have to pay your capital gains from that point based on $0. And you restart the clock on the investment too. You were 9 years old when you listened to Supertramp? You're right. Right. You're bloody well right. I liked The Long Way Home. But you got your Schwab dividend. Yay! Rich Fizz. All right, Brian Moss. I like what Brian is saying. I would be surprised if FINRA allows MMTLP to go in discovery, and would imagine they will come up with a way to reconcile the shares. I agree with that. Or if they don't have it already ready, they'll go to the court and say, you know what? We have the basis of a solution. We just need another 45 days. But that's what I agree with you. The whole album is great. I used to listen to it over and over again, along with what was the name of that album? Footloose and Fancy Free, and what's the other one? Some Girls. I don't know what the Q-Sip know. Yeah, The Breakfast in America. That was the one I used to listen to. And then a few years later, I think 3, Fleetwood Mac came out with their Opus. I guess it's Opus. That was great. Let me look up Opus. I might have used that incorrectly. Well, it's any artistic work, especially on a large scale, so yeah. Pete Tong, in my opinion, they have to trade. They trap people in Nextbridge who didn't want to be part of it. Well, that's the first time I heard of that tonight, that they were trapping people. Clearly, if they're doing that, they're trying to wipe that problem off of their books. On the other hand, Pete, I have to kind of disagree. From the broker-dealer standpoint, all the broker-dealer's responsibility was to give you 1 share of Nextbridge for every 1 share of MMTLP you had. You are correct that FINRA stopping trading meant that you couldn't get out in a squeeze, and who knows what the squeeze would have looked like anyway. But I think it would have been astronomical. But that's not the broker-dealer. That part is not the broker-dealer's fault. So I don't quite I'm not as upset with the broker dealers giving people their shares of Nextbridge, and it's not to me. It's not really a matter of being forced into it. That was the deal. That if you bought it on Thursday, you were entitled by Monday's settlement to receive on Wednesday 1 share of Nextbridge for every 1 share of MMTLP you had. That was the deal. So I think fair's fair. Where the argument comes in is that FINRA should have allowed or warned you that they weren't going to allow, one or the other. They should have said, hey, be aware, we're not going to allow trading on Friday and Monday. So once you buy it, you can't get out. They should have warned you. Or they should have allowed the trading. I agree with you there. But that's FINRA. FINRA doesn't have any money. They're not going to get any money out of FINRA. There's nobody to sue. So I don't see the solution there, Pete. My guess is what they'd have to do is create a separate trading QSIP for MMTLP, which, by the way, doesn't trade anymore. So they'd have to create a 2-day QSIP or a 1-week QSIP. I hope keep leaving all the rights with you and let that trade. Simultaneously, they would have to give a right to everyone that's interested that owns Nextbridge shares, a private company that cannot trade in the public market, give them a right to give up their shares in exchange for that temporary QSIP. But I would imagine they'd have to make that decision prior to trading. And I think that's something they would do. I think that's something they could do. In my case, I don't know. I think I would. I think I would still hang on with my Nextbridge shares if I get them and if they're real, because I believe that the number of 4 billion barrels is more accurate now after their last announcement. 4 billion barrels in the ground using $5 a barrel is $20 billion. Now that's just a WAG number. It's fraught with plenty of reasons why it's wrong. Once they start developing it, they might find, I don't know, it waters out, there's a fault, it's too expensive to bring to the surface, there's too much water, oil prices go down, they were wrong about the volumetrics. I mean, there's all sorts of things. But I think using $5 a barrel in the ground is really low. I'm guessing that the 4 billion barrels that was given at the high end was already risked for everything I just mentioned, but I don't know. So this is a really childish calculation. Childish is the wrong word. It's a really, because I don't mean it childishly, but it's a really cartoon calculation. There's not enough information to rely on this calculation. On the other hand, I don't have other information to go on. But anyway, if there's 20 billion barrels of oil in the ground right now, and there's 7 trillion cubic feet of gas, I'm going to give the 7 TCF of gas zero value, zero. Because gas is trading at $2. I can't imagine. I can't imagine their finding and lifting costs are any cheaper than $2 an MCF. Maybe they are, but they haven't even built out the infrastructure yet. Maybe it's $1.30 or $1.50 an MCF, but then you present value it. No, I don't know. I'm going to say that the natural gas, I'm going to say 0. And then they have water, which is valuable. I'm going to say that's 0. And that's probably really valuable when it comes to fracking. They have saltwater disposal wells, which are valuable, but I'm going to say that's 0. They have all the shallow wells they announced to develop. I'm going to say that's 0. They have acreage yet to explore. I'm going to say that's 0, or maybe that's already included in the numbers. So I'm just going to stick with $20 billion, and I'll divide it by 165 million shares. And that equals $121 a share. So if you get Nexbridge shares, and if my completely stick figure numbers are even reasonably close, you get a step up from what you paid to over $100 a share tax free. It's valuable. You get a company that's going to continue to prove up their reserves. So on the upside, that 121 could go to $500, $1,000 a share. So I think the shares are valuable. But you have to wait. There's a lot of risk. But it's as close as most of us will get to investing in a private oil and gas deal. Because in most private deals, you need to be worth you have to be an accredited investor. And you have to put up 50, 100, 250,000 as a minimum investment. So anyway. Well, I think LGIQ logic is actually GoLogic, I think in the short run, has all of the makings of a short squeeze in GoLogic. The CEO came on this show and I think has been on another one, saying that he intends to go after the GoLogic shorts. He removed trading from voluntarily from the NEO in Canada, which removes an avenue of criminality. He withdrew the S3, which takes 20 million shares of GoLogic that were going to come available off the market. And these criminals, in all likelihood, sold, well, it looks like it's 350,000. It's small numbers, but 350,000 counterfeit shares in anticipation that guys like you, well, guys like me anyway, would get finally, after a year and a quarter, get my GoLogic shares free to trade, and I would just get out at 50 cents or get out at 75 cents. Just get me out. But guess what? I don't have that option anymore. I'm not going to be able to sell those shares, and nobody else is either. So these criminals are sitting there with 350,000 shares they can't cover. inexpensively. They can go in the open market and cover them, but guess what? They're going to have to cover them. They're going to have to cover them at higher prices. I heard there's a strategy going on behind the scenes that's going to put the noose on the shorts. It's not that I don't want to share it with you. I didn't understand it. And what I mean by that is I didn't quite understand how it's going to work, so I probably missed something. But I'll try to the extent I can find out, I will, and then I'll share it to you. But remember, GoLogic has a little over 1 million shares out right now. And of that, 85% is closely held or more. So, and even the other shares that are out there are probably really reluctant to sell to the shorts at a low price. So if the shorts, the criminals start covering, they have to buy back 350,000 shares into, I'm going to guess 150,000 shares that may be the available float. GoLogic could get really exciting very quickly. On Logic, I'm trying to remember when the last call was. Maybe it was on his earnings call that he said it. But they're going to have a record date in May. My guess is it's the 3rd or 4th week of May to split Logic into Data Logic, the SPAC, and de-SPAC it. And Logic is going to buy a private company. Those two combined are going to start out of life at probably $2.25 a share combined value. There's other acquisitions in the hopper. They expect to exit this year combined at over $100 million in revenue. So I think the combined share price exiting this year could be $8 a share. But I think it could be, Logic could be $2 easily in the next 6 weeks. GoLogic exiting this year could be $20. These are exciting numbers. But remember the risks. The stock market could correct. We could have a banking crisis. Valuations could contract. But the positives are, these are technologies that use artificial intelligence, the big buzzword. They're largely mobile phone apps, but then it's technology companies that they're going to be buying that no longer have access to the IPO market. So these are really talented teams with revenues. And in a market that's, when a stock market crashes, it becomes a market of stocks. It's no longer the stock market, it's a market of stocks. And the stocks that are going to excel are the ones that have really high growth trajectories, have revenues, have earnings, and appeal to the countries and the markets where there are booming economies and young people. That's Southeast Asia, Australia, the Middle East, and the United States. We still have a lot of things going for us. And once a couple of people get going, we're going to be going well ourselves. You got your Tony Al, got your dividends from Fidelity. That's great news in one way. In the other, I wish it had taken longer. But I'm going to guess that Fidelity is going to have a problem giving you real restricted shares. We'll see what mechanisms they have to catch the shorts out. But we'll see. Fidelity, remember, was the company offering 1,000% to borrow GTII shares when the warrant as a special dividend was kicking in. And so we'll see if it happens again. Well, Ace in the hole, E-Trade is Morgan Stanley. TD Ameritrade is also rumored to have had, TD Ameritrade, that was the one. They were rumored to have a huge problem in GTII about 2 summers ago. So I would say that's a year and a half about. The company made us all fill in our numbers and send it to the transfer agent. And the rumor I heard was TD Ameritrade, and it's a rumor, but I heard it a long time ago. They were short 60 million shares. It was a rumor, and it was not last summer, the summer before. So it's a useless rumor now, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that TD Ameritrade's in a whole lot of trouble. Oh, it was 70 million. Well, and I'm willing because I'm something by the been weighed by the and I'm weed, whites, and wine. And I'll show you the line. 'Cause I'm still... And anyway, that song ends by going, and I'm in a whole lot of trouble. And that's what... 70 million was the number, apparently, that it was rumored, Dips, that TD Ameritrade was in the red on in GTII, number of shares. Moon River. All right, so it's 6:13. 6:13. I don't know. I'll try to go to 6:30, although I'm running out of things to say. Let's see what you guys grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. No GTI dividend, Quest Trade Canada. Yeah, it's really tedious calling in to these brokerage firms because the people on the other end are 12, or they might as it never gets old. They're 12, or they might as well be. Smile, Arthur. Later on, we'll get ice cream. Alley Invest, no dividend yet. You bought more at 139? That's awesome, Pete. That's awesome. How many haircuts are coming? I need a haircut. I need a haircut. I need a shave and a haircut. 2 bits. You mean the flower, Lupin? Look, mate, I happen to know that this is the Lupin Express. Oh, all right. In a bunch. Wow, your average is 156. That's awesome. That's awesome. I really think today's DTCC announcement, where cross-collateralization shares. In other words, if you're Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage and there's an account like criminal Curt Kramer, and he's able to short 100 million shares of GTII because he's claiming assets over at, I don't know, Morgan Stanley Prime Broker against his DBMM shares and his other 7 companies he's destroying. All of a sudden, those collateral go to zero. Whatever credit was being given goes to zero. So to the extent that collateral, just using $2.50 a share, was offsetting $2.50 a share required at Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage, all of a sudden they're calling Curty Boy and say, hey, Curt, we know you made a killing, but we need that money back. Of course, he'll walk away. But that's going to be happening. And I really think it might be more relevant since Curt Kramer's probably out of the game right now. It's probably more relevant in GTII's case to Alpine Brokerage and whoever the criminal is over in Switzerland. Let's say that guy, 19 million shares to buy times, probably at 150, they have enough collateral as of Monday in their accounts or cross-collateralized to carry that position, $28 million. But to the extent they have called in, they clearly don't want the position and maybe they're in trouble. If what's cross-collateralizing this is already marked down to zero, they have to come up with $29 million right now to keep the position open, and it's a stupid position. So there's the potential that 19 million shares gets bought in the next few days. It's a potential. I can't promise it, but that's the pressure that's going on the system right now in GTII. Now look at finger motion. You've got these criminals over at Lynn Partners, in my judgment. They sold over 100 million shares out of the thin blue air after they signed up Finger. And somehow, by magic, they're keeping it down. They've got cross-collateralization, and they've got some sort of documentation going on, maybe, with brokerage firms that protect their risk so they can keep selling it. It's not, and somebody texted me, I think, but there's not enough open interest in the call options and puts. They have to be doing something. Well, if the collateral at these other firms disappears, I don't see how Lynn Partners can maintain that position. I really don't. This is the pain in the ass about margin. And you guys aren't on margin. But you're experiencing the pain of GTII going from $3 down to $1.40 over the last criminal 5 weeks. On the other hand, it gives some people an advantage to buy some more. But I don't know what example to give you. I can't think of one that's in the news. But on the way up, if you're long stocks on margin, on the way up it feels like heaven. But when it starts coming down and you have to make margin calls, all that equity disappears. And then you start putting money in and then you stop and they liquidate you. You have nothing. And it can happen in a day. Well, that I think can happen in reverse to the shorts in finger motion, in GTII. I'm not sure it's going to happen in some of these other stocks that people mention, because there's still these financings out there that may or may not give unlimited access, essentially, to warrants or shares. So it's case by case. But I think, man, it won't take much to topple GTII. It won't take much to topple Finger. William Fonzarelli. Hey, Petrick. Well, E-Trade, Chuck Donau, the one thing you know, if other people are receiving their dividends, the company's distributed them. So you know that there's no fraud happening at the company. You also know that either whichever one goes first, DTCC or Liberty Stock Transfer, have delivered. So there's no fraud on that end. So I don't think you have to worry that. I think E-Trade will deliver. I would love it if E-Trade's the company that says, you know what, we draw the line here. We're not going to stuff the accounts with fake restricted shares. We're going to go buy in each of these criminal shorts, and we're going to be first. It would be great if it's Morgan Stanley. That would be awesome. No, I know you're calm, Chuck. I wasn't. Well, how do you know? My voice doesn't change much, so how do you know? I wasn't agitated with your point at all. I was just talking through JP Morgan, those criminals. Can you imagine? They just bought Republic Bank for nothing. In fact, the government gave them $15 billion to close the transaction, took all the risk assets off the table. It's just criminal. You got 8,000 more, Ted Williams? At 138? That's terrific. I think we're going to all go to Ted Williams's house for a party when this goes off. He's going to have a barbecue. Well, that's exactly right, Moody Waters. I'm not taking credit per se, but with Ham and everyone at MMTLP, the GTII Army, a lot of specific names. I think the shorts never thought that all of you would coalesce, not only around holding the stock, but buying more of it. They never expected that. And, they'll hold strong until they don't. They'll be bullies until they're not. Their plan will be working until they got smacked in the nose. Cocaine and hookers. Well, the problem with cocaine and hookers, I don't know. I never. It's out of my experience, but I can't imagine that if someone uses cocaine, they remember what happened later on in their life. I can't imagine if someone, what's the word? I don't know what the word is. Partakes, employs hookers, that they remember any of it later in life. So I'd say cocaine and hookers are all rather fleeting experiences. But not judging. Hey, Mr. Lamar, if you were born in 2010, you're a kid. No, I'm kidding you. I don't know, Pete. Pete and Repeat were standing on a bridge. Pete jumped off. Who was left? Repeat. I don't know. My plans tomorrow are to wake up early, walk my dog, and possibly put him in daycare, and then go meet Ham and whomever is with him and go to meetings with him. That's my plan. Beyond that, I don't know. What'd you do, Sergio? Did you insult KYP? Don't insult KYP. She's going to put you into a timeout. All right, she can defend herself. Chuck don't know. I'm too old for blowing hookers. Wine cooler. I think there's nothing like a cigar after a good squeeze. There's nothing like a cigar after a good squeeze. The only time I got stuck in a back car, I think it was a BMW, and it was a broker who I liked very much, older than I was. He was driving. His girlfriend, who became his wife, was a sales assistant, and she was beautiful. Not my type, but she was beautiful. And I don't think after this night she liked me. And then my girlfriend, who was, as another girlfriend told me, when I said she looked like Michelle Pfeiffer, she said, no, she's more beautiful than Michelle Pfeiffer. Anyway, that a long time ago. But all of a sudden, we're in a parking lot, and out comes cocaine, and all the drama around it. And I was drinking, and I didn't want it, but it was presented. I said, no, I'm okay. No, come on, Bill, And then there's the whole pressure, are you a narc or some bullshit like that. So I did a terrible thing. I pretended, and then I think I either sneezed or coughed to get out of it. And so it wasted this precious item, and they didn't pass it to me again. But I think it upset my friend's girlfriend, who became his wife, and I think she disliked me from then on out. But that's my experience, my personal experience with cocaine. I was an asshole. I was a nerd. I was a Bill Clinton. But I look back on it. I mean, a lot of men had a lot of girlfriends if they had cocaine. A lot of my friends did cocaine, so I'm not trying to judge it. Yeah, I didn't. It's a hell of a thing. Yeah, kid, you killed him all right. It's a hell of a thing, killing a man. You take away everything he's had and everything he's gonna have. It's not a very good cocaine story, because I wasted whatever anyway. I love Giannis. I love Cuban cigars, and I don't much make a distinction between them. But it's been I don't, I can't remember the last time I had a cigar. I might have one a year or something, and I don't. Anyway, I like them though. When I was in London, I used to have to stay in the office really late to handle the phone calls from the companies that we were trying to raise money for. That was my task. And I guess, the humidor was there, and, I would have a Cuban cigar. And at lunch we would have them, and if we went out as a group, I might have one. And when I came back and went to the dentist, the aide was cleaning my teeth, and she asked me, she was really good, she asked me, "Do you smoke?" I said, "No, I don't smoke." She said, "Well, it doesn't make sense." I said, "Oh, I have a cigar." I said. She said, "Well, cigars are worse. One cigar is worse than a pack of cigarettes." And she showed me some of the tar. So I withdrew from that little pleasure cold turkey. But I love the smell of a Cuban cigar. Yay, KYP. See? All good things come to those who complain, to those who wait. Cohibas, I like, Pete Tong. I like Cohibas, and there's one other one. But I don't know. I don't know what they're called. Well, Dreamin' Blue, I never did drugs. So that makes me a nerd, and I wouldn't have been so open about that if I were younger, because it would make people think, what a jerk. But I just didn't do drugs. But I've always, since college, I've always had coffee. That's caffeine. And I don't know, for almost 40 years, I'd say, I drank. But I don't drink anymore now. But I don't judge it. But alcohol's a drug too. And alcohol has a lot of chemical. Alcohol affects your chemistry. But it also, as I look back in my life, every group that I hung out with, it was great and rewarding to be part of. It might last years, but eventually, I don't know. Eventually, things don't always seem to work out perfectly when alcohol's involved. So TAC 77 can't wait for GTI to go sub $1 tomorrow. Why is that, TAC 77? Are you shorted? Are you being paid by the shorts? Are you just a general DAC? Well, that's the other one, sugar. I also think Moody Waters, people that exercise, jog, they can get addicted to that whatever the chemicals in the bloodstream that kick in. But stress and tension, I think I've indulged in that too. So there's no perfect way to live your life. 22 daisies. I love alcohol. Well, I can't blame you. I miss it. There's nothing like sitting with someone and slowly, getting close to them. I miss all that camaraderie. But I think you must be young, 22 daisies. I think as you get older, Winston Churchill said, I've taken a lot more out of alcohol than alcohol has ever taken out of me. Well, I read Dr. Moran's diary, which is all about Churchill. And the fact is, after his last, or even during his last run in Parliament, and then afterward, Churchill became quite depressed, and he always suffered from the black dog. So you could argue that when he had less distractions, maybe it took over. But I might argue it was alcohol too. And he sat in front of his fireplace and he asked Dr. Moran, is this all there is? And he was just as depressed as he could be. So I just think the benefit one gets from alcohol, depending on what kind of drinker you are, 22, diminishes. It's like anything in life. There's diminishing marginal rates of return for anything. But my economics professor, well, now, gee, the marginal benefit you would get from one more glass of beer. Anyway, but that's for people that, a lot of people can drink all their lives and enjoy it. And apparently people can do drugs and enjoy it. So, I don't know. I don't know. And if I did, I'd be rich. But now, ye who sometimes were far off are made nigh. Nigh is I guess brought to the end, or close. I guess close. The definition there is close. I know it'd be great if we had. I know alcohol is sugar. Sugar is sugar. I don't know. There's nobody I've met yet that is perfect. And that's why I have such a hard time in life. I just find that all of you are not perfect. Oh, man. Whoever said it was going to go below $1 being a complete jerk. I don't love drugs. All right, 22 daisies. You got that going for you. I always thought drugs... anyway, I didn't want to take the risk. Lots of times with alcohol, you can manage your dose a little bit better, but not always. Booze is the gateway to drugs. Yeah, TAC 77 doesn't realize that when the stock price goes lower, he's just going to make the problem worse for his boys. All I hope is that TAC... Here's what happens with these criminals. And Gary Gensler lets it happen, so they figure they're not breaking the law, but they are. Here's LLC number 1. They'll sell 10,000 shares that they don't own at $1.50, right? So they bring in $15,000. But they don't settle it. So that's stuck at their prime broker. So LLC number 2 steps up, their friend. TAC 2 has a friend. And it'll be, he says he wouldn't know how to short stock. Lots of laughs because he's joking. He knows exactly how to do it. Or he's being paid by someone that does. So anyway, LLC number 2 and they're communicating, which is against the law, sells 10,000 shares, I don't know, at $1.45. So they have 14,500 in cash. I don't know, it can go on like this. This guy, number well, let's make this a more dramatic number. Let's say this is they sell it at 130. So this is 13,000. Well, this guy's sitting with cash up here. He comes in maybe with another LLC because he can't get this. He buys this stock at 13,000 and he pockets $2,000. So what happens? I got to bring a third one in here. A third one comes in. LLC number 3 comes in and they buy this stock at, I don't know, $1. So there's 5,000 in profit. Closes this out, and they can split the $5,000 profit. They just do it over and over and over again in LLC after LLC after LLC. That's how they take their money out of the market. Robert Kepke, you lost 30 grand. Oh, wow. I thought it was 30 million. 30,000 in 2 hours. Yeah, shorting is really risky. Unless you're being paid by the shorts and you can come on and just say stupid things like, I can't wait till it goes down to $1. On the other hand, maybe TAC 2 wants to buy it under $1. Maybe that's his point. I can't wait till it goes to $1 so I can buy more. Maybe I misunderstood what he said. Eddie leave. Once we receive our dividend, price should go up, and if it does, Alpine will drop it back to $2 and laugh. That's possible, Eddie. And you certainly, I was wrong. All right, so I was wrong. TAC wants to buy it at $1. All right. Well, all right, TAC 77. I get it now. I hope you're wrong, Tack, but if it goes below $1, there's going to be a whole lot of buying. A whole lot of buying. I just think the risk, Tack, of to the shorts, of a big announcement coming very soon could change the story overnight. But to agree with whoever just said that, if you had traded all the time when the stock went up, gotten out, whether it was 9, 2, 4, 3, if you always had gotten out at some price, the Kramers provided you an opportunity to buy it below $1. Will Alpine get it below $1? I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is there's 19 million shares that want to cover. And I don't know which other criminal is going to short it, Tack. It's a stupid trade. But we'll find out. You might be right, by the way. You might be right. You've certainly been, if you've taken that view all along, you've been correct every single time. Well, Robert Kepke, people have received their dividend, but what's yet to be revealed is how many of you received just an electronic IOU. And I just don't, unless the company is doing something with the transfer agent, this might just be like the distribution of that CLNV did and have no impact. I don't know. We'll find out. Dave M., I was a bit angry at the board for keeping quiet, but maybe they have. Well, they want to protect their ass. Most of these board members and CEOs after a certain age, they don't want to take any risk. They want to keep their wives and children and grandchildren happy, keep their golf course membership going, and they don't want to do anything that can get them sued. So I'm pretty sure, Dave M., they're following legal advice to the T. I personally think to be a CEO, you have to be more courageous than a lawyer, but not everybody is. Well, KYP, I agree with you. This is different than what CLNV did. These are restricted shares. But mentally, I can't quite see what's going to catch the system out. Doesn't mean it won't, but we'll find out. We'll find out. You obviously doing common shares isn't going to do it. They just issue fake common shares, freely trading. All right, TAC77. Don't bring your grandparents' grave in it. They're too precious to you. So I misunderstood what you were saying. I always get afraid that there's boo birds in here, but you're absolutely right. If your goal is to try to get it below $1, and Tack, let's look at the chart. I know that Ham says charts don't matter. In these plays, and I agree with it. But let's look at the chart. You might. Yeah, see, I don't see it. So Tack, over here is a, where is it? Here is a gap that needs to be filled below $1. But it doesn't need to be. That's the theory. I don't think it will be. And Tack, I really think you might be at the low. Your opportunity might be right here. I think the opportunity is right here. See that? I know I'm not much of a technician, but that line right there, I don't think it's going to break that line. But we'll find out, Tack. And by the way, if it seems like you're a legitimate trader and player in the stock, I have no problem with your opinion that it might go below $1. That's what makes markets. That's what makes trading. And people who traded this stock to go down have been smarter than I have been. So I don't have any problem with that, Tack. What I just don't like are those there's a lot of them, those boo birds, and sometimes I can't tell the difference. So anyway, they do hate retail. AC I think says it won't break $1, but it will break 1,000. That's great. Well, the dividend, David, shouldn't matter in the sense that if I'm right, and I could be wrong, if the dividend causes the squeeze, you're going to be out of all your stock way before you ever get to sell that dividend, restricted shares. KYP. All right, so 8 more minutes. Can you stand me for 8 more minutes? I don't think this was I don't think this made my point very clearly. I'll have to try to figure out how to give you that example. But the key is that when they short it in one LLC, they can't take the money out till they close the position. So they have to drive it lower in another LLC, and then in another, and then they can come buy that back, and they stiff the prime broker. My dog is sleeping. Did you guys want me to tune into the space call so you can hear about psychological effects of listening to me? No? No, I guess not. I guess not. Why isn't it easier to get the blue sheets? Why doesn't a judge get a pair and order them to be released? Well, apparently the judge is a woman, so in order to get a pair, it might be a bit of a process. But Craig, I think the biggest reason is the blue sheets would expose each broker to each other. And as much as you feel like it, the brokers are against each other as well. And so if Merrill Lynch found out that TD Ameritrade was short 70 million shares of GTII, Merrill Lynch might jump in front and start buying those shares on one of their trading desks or in one of their funds. So it's information that each broker doesn't want out there. It's non-traditional to ask for the blue sheets through a judge. Normally, these SROs, self-regulatory organizations, are supposed to do it themselves. But I think the biggest thing that's going to come from the impending bank depression is that maybe Bill Clinton's legacy is not going to look so rosy, because he was the one that put through this absolute idiocy that you can let the drug dealer regulate themselves. Hey, Craig. Craig, good to see you again. The heat is on. It's on. You know what would be a real catalyst? Just settle a trade. Put one of these punks in jail. Well, do you, punk? Is Flappy Ears in Spain? Is Flappy Ears in Spain? I have a friend that was just in Spain. To me, you're nothing but dog shit. And you know what happens to dog shit? People step in it. They sweep, I forget what, they sweep it up. So just be careful where the dog shits you. What? Omar Renya? Omar, are you kidding? Fidelity gave you cash instead of restricted shares? Are you kidding, Omar? Omar. Omar. Yeah, send a screenshot. Omar, Matt set up an email for me called, can't remember, Lucky is my boss. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. Send it to me there. Or send it to are you friends with Anna Trades or Busy Brands or anyway, a bunch of those people, because they could send it to me. So Omar, that's Fidelity, you said. Here's my reaction. Yeah, there it is, Matt E. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. That's my email for all you all. I didn't change the password, Max. Like, I didn't know how to do it. But so all right, Omar, then Matt's going to text it to me. So Omar, here's my reaction to it. One, I keep harping on it because there's something wrong with me, but it's stuck in my craw. But back in November, before we all got distracted by COSM, the warrant as a special dividend was really taking hold. And Fidelity was paying, and I remember a screenshot, Fidelity was paying up to 1,000% to borrow real GTII shares. Okay, so come what, 6 months later maybe? 5? All of a sudden Fidelity gets restricted shares distributed. So Fidelity has a choice, Omar. They knew, fact certain, back in November that they were having problems with undelivered shares on their customers' books. They knew that the IOUs were essentially fraudulent. Now, they could have argued in November, hey, we had I had my daughter running the computers, or my son, he's 12, and the systems didn't pick it up. But when they put human eyeballs on it, once the margin accounts got massive and the losses got massive, and once they offered to borrow shares at 1,000, there's black and white all over the record books in November and maybe in October, that Fidelity knows that there's a problem of failure to deliver shares in your accounts. So my point is, Omar, put that as a predicate. The fact is, right now, if Fidelity put fake shares in your accounts, if they let their system automatically stuff into your accounts electronic fake shares, they would be committing securities fraud. And a lawyer who got the discovery for November, bringing it forward to now in court, could prove it. So I think, Omar, my first reaction is that Fidelity doesn't want to commit securities fraud. So what do they owe you? Cash equal to the amount of shares you got. Maybe that's what, I don't know the rule. I don't know the law. But cash equal to the amount of shares that you were to receive would seem to be equitable. Omar, follow me here for a second. It would seem to be equitable if you could take that cash and buy an equal amount of shares in the open market as you were entitled to. So I think, Omar, there's a bit of friction between the cash they gave you and whether or not you can actually buy the amount of shares. That would be an interesting point. But Omar, I take that as a great sign. I take that as a great sign. Wow. I'm going to send this to Ham. Oh. Before I send it, Matt's cautioning we might be misreading this. Let's see what it says. All right, I'm going to download it first so I can make it full screen. All right, so here's what was sent to me. Distribution spinoff from GTII, Group Contra, cash. Symbol description, type, and then cash. So let me ask you, Omar. Did you receive any shares? It's my first question. My second question is this possibly a cash residual? How many shares would that be? Now I think I think they gave you cash. Oh no. Omar, I read it wrong too. What this is, your shares are being delivered in the cash account. In other words, they're being delivered in type 1. They're restricted shares. They're not being delivered in margin account. That's how I'm reading it. It's restricted shares. You're getting it delivered to you in the cash account, non-marginable, 101 shares. Is it possible that you're supposed to get 101 shares? All right, so Omar, no new shares according to your position, which could be, it could be because it doesn't reflect until tomorrow. It doesn't reflect until tomorrow. Did you start with 1,010 shares, Omar? Do you have 1,000? So it's in 101 shares trading out of IRA. Did you start with 1,000 over, just over 1,000 shares? No, it's not 1-for-1 FGCV. All right, so they gave you shares. I believe what this is saying to you. Look, when I started and all through my career, there was a type 1 account and a type 2 account. The type 1 account was the cash account. That's what we called it, a cash account. And the type 2 was margin. I think this is left over from those days. They're saying they gave you your shares in the cash account. In other words, so you started with 1,000. They gave you 101 shares. They gave you 101 shares. You have 101 shares. Omar, tomorrow, I predict your account will reflect 101 shares. Or at midnight tonight. But anyway, that's what I think it is. I think you're getting cash shares. They're restricted shares, so they can't put it in type 2. So their system is calling it cash because that was the lingo we used to use. I assume the lingo still survives, even though all accounts now are basically type 2. Anyway, it's an interesting... and by the way, Omar, I can see why you misread it because I misread it when I first looked at it. But the type is cash versus margin, type margin in my judgment. And then the shares are 101. So you got them. And thank you, Matt, very much. It's not 1-for-1. It was 1-for-10. You had my heart going there for a minute because if they were giving you cash, they were in trouble, but they didn't. It is interesting. Somebody pointed out this title. Global Tech Industries Group Contra. If I were an attorney, I'd ask, what does Contra mean? It doesn't mean restricted. So I wonder if Contra is just their way of basically saying it's an IOU. No, don't worry, Omar. It's fine. We all learned. It's a cash account type, and my shares now show 170 with QSIP number. Well, that's great, Barbara. Contraband equals naked. Contra is a placeholder, see? Contra is an arms dealer. Contra very interesting. That was a good exercise. Had my excitement up, Omar, but at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day. All right, Omar, well, you didn't get yours on E-Trade. Where'd you get them then? I didn't get mine on Jeopardy. I don't know. I'm on E-Trade too. I don't see anything yet, but it could be. It could be. Yeah, I know. Ask Ollie North about Contra. My friend, who I just told you about, was best friends with. She was best friends with. Oh gosh, I can almost remember her name. Fawn Hall, Ollie North's secretary. Well, I would suggest maybe one more day before we panic. But guys, I know everyone doesn't trust the system and sees thieves everywhere. The thieves are Curt Kramer and Jeff Easton, maybe even Benchmark. But the system is secure. To the extent they're stuffing your account with an IOU, they owe you what the IOU says. The shares will come. Everyone else is getting them. Sergio is being a bit of a nudge. Actually, he's giving me a very good bit of advice. Although it doesn't come up. All right, so let me do it again. I'll make it a question. What does contra mean in securities? And this is Sergio's idea. Okay, here's Sergio's idea. A contra market is a description of an asset or investment that moves against the trend. Well, of course. What is a contra broker? A contra broker is a broker that is taking the opposite. Well, of course. Contra transactions. Contra dealing is not a right of the client, but rather a privilege according to the stockbroking company. I'm all confused now, Sergio. Oh, settlement and contra explained from Westpac, no less. Okay, what is settlement? Settlement marks the official transfer of securities to the buyer's account and cash to the seller's account. Settlement takes place 2 days after your trade, unless the stock is trading under a deferred settlement basis or your trade is managed through contra. Wow. Sergio, you're on to something. You're on to something, Sergio. So contra is fake shares. What is contra trading? Contra trading occurs where multiple buy and sell tickets completed on the same day or next trading day are offset against each other. This means that only the net difference between the value of the trades will be debited or credited to your linked settlement account. When contra trading occurs, the date on which you are debited or credited depends on when you cease trading. So they're basically using a settle up account, a true up account. They're not settling. Very interesting. Now let's see, Matt sent me something, so Matt probably knows. Matt sent me something. You guys should listen to Matt. He said, contra QSIP. The QSIP, and thank you, Sergio. Let's read this. The QSIP used to indicate your tendered position, representing instructions submitted by participants to surrender securities. For example, a contra QSIP is set up to complete a reorganization function or corporate action. Any mandatory action not categorized as one of the above. That's what Matt sent me. I think it's just a bucket. Hey, Cindy Lou. Wow. Malin has a $10 billion deal with Saudi Arabia. That certainly is the kind of thing, if it's true, that could shake the shorts to their shiver me timbers. On the other hand, I don't know how many shares they can continue to sell. But that's the kind of black swan that the shorts are afeared of. Shawmark. Bucket or... All right, now it's 7:16. And I think... I will now go to 7:30 and then I'm going to quit. Because, why do you say that? Because MULN, they just it's a not true story. So you got to be careful. The shorts will try to get people to rush in. It goes up, then they sell more. They are dastardly. Dastardly? That's what they are. Dastardly. And you got to be careful. You have to be careful of dastards. You don't want to spend a lot of time with dastards. Is there such a thing? MMTLP shares have had a contra shares. I think contra shares is just a pool where they're going to reconcile it later. It's an accounting fiction. That's my opinion. Hey, Lalisha. Exactly. Explore it, Will. Well, Lalisha, what I understand about, because I don't have them in E-Trade yet, but I understand Fidelity. Anyway, several brokerage firms have delivered the shares today after 5 o'clock. I can't remember where Omar's shares were delivered. I just can't remember. But we went through the process of understanding maybe that his shares were issued in a cash account. So maybe they're not actually being issued. I have to be careful here. But I'm going to say they're not being issued in street name, the brokerage firm. They're being issued as a contra QSIP in Omar's name or in his IRA's name. for the benefit of Omar. But it seems to be a placeholder. It seems to be, maybe to me, almost a true-up portion of an accounting spreadsheet left there, put there to make everything balance. But within the contras, there's still some non-delivered, undelivered shares. That's how I'm reading it, but I'm not an accountant, and I don't play one on TV. Wow, you live near Alpine? Alpine announced a $63 million deal. That's pretty good. But here's the problem, Moody Waters. When do they get the money? But that's pretty good. There go your puts. Yeah, that's, I mean, I see the I guess both with MMAT and MULN, if they can get the revenue running ahead of their need for cash and then running ahead of the short selling, whereby they can start buying shares in the open market and buy back these crappy notes, maybe. When will this be over? I don't know. I don't know. And that's actually a good point that I've been thinking about since I got this shitty text message the other night. This has been going on over 2 years. And when should one give up? When should one say, you know what? It ran up to 9. I didn't get out. It ran up to 4. I didn't get out. Ran up to 3. I didn't get out. Ran up to 250. I didn't get out. Now it's 140. I'm just going to get out. I don't know when you should say that. My own opinion is you shouldn't ever get out of a stock unless you have a better idea, and that's possible. 2, maybe you need the money. That's possible. Or 3, the story changed. If the reasons you're in the stock not only haven't changed, but have gotten better, I just think you shouldn't sell. But then our gut is like, oh, the stock's down. When is it going to be over? The Kramer must be right. He must know something we don't know. What Curt Kramer knows that you don't know is that he is a psychopath or a sociopath or some sort of person that can divorce his actions from his feelings. He doesn't care about you. He just cares about lucre. And he's gonna steal from you all day long. So he can get the reward in this lifetime, which I think he'll be denied in the next. But we'll see. No one's ever been there and back. I hope he enjoys it. But it's not going to last forever. Everything's been aligned for this idiot, and he is an idiot. Money has been cheap since George Bush said, it's your money, not the government's. It's your money. And then he launched 2 wars. And then Obama came in, didn't arrest a single banker, bombed so much that we ran out of bombs. The only president that was at war for every day of 2 terms. And then came in Trump, who borrowed quite a lot of money. He borrowed as much as maybe he did when he ran a casino. And now we got Biden spending like a drunken soldier. But the difference is under GW, under Obama, and under Trump, interest rates stayed rock bottom. So hedge funds, criminals, banksters could borrow money from the Fed for nothing, essentially nothing. And then they could criminal on you all day long and all night long because the money was free. And they could leverage it up and lever it up. And then under Gensler anyway, there's absolutely zero interest by the SEC in the over-the-counter markets. Under Obama and G.W. Bush, but under Bush and Obama, they agreed to make the big investment banks commercial banks. So you guarantee it. And they moved the prime brokerage out. The risk is borne by you by their trading. And then they brought in Ken Griffin to provide liquidity. Well, anyway, this has all been based on cheap money and endless cheap money. Well, the Fed is pulling in on money. But you know what else is happening? Banks aren't lending as much. Loans are collapsing. Auto loans, commercial real estate. So the money out there is shrinking. Liquidity is not easy to get. Banks, in fact, some have collapsed. So I don't think the idiot Kramer and the moron Easton and the rest of their ilk can maintain these positions much longer. And once bankers know that they've got these open positions that can blow a hole in their balance sheet, they'll cover them. They'll cover them. That's true, Frank McLean. The three-card money scheme they have going back and forth will be in the blue sheets. You're absolutely right. Everything's there. Everything's there. Time and sales, who sold, who bought, it's all there. Liquor, I just met her. All right, T-Dog just showed up. I do feel that, Alicia. I get a little embarrassed with myself when I get upset. Particularly when I'm wrong. You know how hard it is for me to be wrong. But I'm just sitting here talking to myself because nobody's home. You know, their best song, was that it? That might be it. Estranged was the best. Estranged was amazing. Beer before liquor, you'll never be sicker. Liquor before beer, you're in the clear. I learned it a different way. Beer, yeah, but that's a good way to know it. No, I don't think AMC will squeeze. Not unless the whole system goes down. I don't think AMC or GME will squeeze. But there's a lot of people out there that disagree, and the numbers of shares are truly astounding. So I could be wrong. If the system's going down, maybe that blows up too. All right, 7:30 right now. sold all my AMC, rolled it in an ape under $1, fixed my bag. That is not my bag, baby. That is not my bag, baby.
Danger Powers Personal Effects. Danger Powers Personal Effects. Actually, my name is Austin Powers. It says your name, Danger Powers. No. Danger Powers Personal Effects. Actually, my name is Austin Powers. It says your name, Danger Powers. No. Danger's my middle name. Okay, Austin Danger Powers. One blue crushed velvet suit. Hey, all right. One frilly lace cravat. There it is. One silver medallion with male symbol. One pair of Italian boots. Buongiorno, boys. One vinyl record album, Burt Bacharach plays his hits. One Swedish-made penis enlarger pump. That's not mine. One credit card receipt for Swedish-made penis enlarger, signed by Austin Powers. I'm telling you, baby, that's not mine. One warranty card for Swedish-made penis enlarger pump, filled out by Austin Powers. I don't even know what this is. This sort of thing ain't my bag, baby. One book, Swedish-made penis enlarger pumps and me. This sort of thing is my bag, baby. By Austin Powers. Just sign the form. Okay, don't get heavy, man. I'll sign it just to get things moving, you know. You all right, baby?
Listen, Mr. Powers. I look forward to working with you, but do me a favor and stop calling me baby. You can address me as Agent Kensington.
Oh, come on.
All right, then. Vanessa.
Was that so hard?
Now, come along. We have to leave immediately. We preserved your private jet just as you left it. It's waiting at Heathrow Airport.
My jumbo jet! Smashing, baby! Ooh, sorry. Mr. Powers. Quickly. Come on, let's go.
That's not my bag, baby. That is not my bag, baby. Do a live with Ham tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'll behave. All right. Charlie Mack, I agree. I gotta go. Gots to go. May I help you, son? I gots to go. All right, so 7:34. I appreciate everybody today. Thank you for keeping me calm. And yeah, good night. FINRA does have money. They have, I know, $1.5 billion, Dustin, but $1.5 billion ain't going to go very far. But that's so weird that they can trade, isn't it? They have all the detailed information. The whole thing. Makes you wonder if anything's fair anymore. And remember, if you don't know who the patsy is at the table, it's you. I'll get some ice cream. Smile, Arthur. Sit up, Arthur. People work here. Smile, Arthur. Later on, we'll have ice cream. I know, Unity, Aborigine Love. It's all insider trading. Okay, so I'm going to say goodnight, and as ever, peace, love, and happiness. And tomorrow's another day. We'll fight another battle. But thanks for staying in there. We'll get them. Cheers.